Hey everybody, happy Friday. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. I was on the phone with the bank. Because in the process of everything I'm going through with my phone, the money they took, I'm trying to do everything I can to say, try and get this money back. So I've opened a dispute with my bank. I had to provide them a bunch of information. At this point, it's like my last recourse. Now, who knows if anything will come of it. I'm digging into researching some lawyers that you guys pointed out from Michigan, so that'll be my next step. Hippie chick, hey, you caught alive, woohoo! Hey, Maylin, James, he'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, Jeannie Lynn, woo woo. Denise, thanks for coming. Happy first day of spring. I hope it's nice where everybody is. Here it's not so bad. I'll be honest. I have my window cracked. I don't even know what the temperature is outside. It is, it's 64 degrees. Woohoo. High today is 67. No wonder it feels so nice in here. Looks like got 67 today, 50s tomorrow and Sunday. Not too bad. And then next week we get back into the 30s and 40s, but it looks like by the end of next week we'll get back into the 50s. I mean, if it's above 50, and I'm happy. In Michigan, you got to be happy when it hits 50 and stays above 50. So I try to look at it that way. For like hippie chick, sorry, I start out, I don't know if you watched this, since you haven't caught lives, if you watch the replays and my journey with Boost Mobile. Fuck Boost Mobile, by the way. Start every day with what's been going on. So today I had to fill you guys in after yesterday. I'm trying to figure out how to get this money back because I am in a really dire situation right now, you guys. I really am. I'm gonna try not to cry. I'm on the border of being so pissed off. Like I said yesterday, I was there too. But today my anger, calms down always after sleep, and then it turns into like just sadness, and then the more I think about it, I just get more pissed off. And I think the reason I am where I am mentally right now, I'll be honest, is because it's not just this phone issue. Going through a lot. Let's leave it at that. Hey guys, hey Angie, thanks for coming. Fluff Boost Mobile. I just say fuck, I don't care. Fuck Boost Mobile. No one ever use Boost Mobile. I'm telling you right now, they're fraud. They committed fraud. They steal your money. Then they guarantee they'll give it back. And then when you're on the cusp of that 10-day mark of getting it back, they just say, fuck you. We're keeping your money. That's the gist of my situation. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. Work is making you work, hippie chick. I'm sorry. Doesn't that suck? Maylin gives you PTO today, okay, hippie chick? You're sitting outside on my lunch? It's so nice out. Yay. It's good. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. I've had my window open all night because I like it chilly at night. I mean, not cold, but chilly because I like to, cuddle up with my blankets. And I can't stand trying to sleep when it's too warm. But it's beautiful out. When my husband gets home, we will be walking the dogs and I will be putting my herbs outside. Nice. I'm assuming you guys have good weather since if we up here have good weather in Michigan, you guys in Ohio and Indiana and Illinois have to have decent weather too, I'm assuming. You've been on the replay crew, hippie chick. Aw, you're so sweet. Thanks for watching. I feel bad when I start going into rants if you guys don't know what I'm talking about. But then I also don't want to over explain it, like literally every day explaining what's been going on. So, I don't want to annoy people. But it's insane. It's beautiful in Boston too. Yay. Oh my God, CossyG. I just started 8 minutes, not even like 5 minutes ago. I was a few minutes late myself, but no worries. KDD. That's why I gave you Kazi. I said 1:30. I sent you the link to your Google number. But you want to come in about 1:30, we can start Ian Whiffin. But that's why I said I normally start around 1:00 and just talk a little bit first. So no worries, Kazi. Katie says, hi all. It's been the longest Friday morning ever. I'm about to nap while I'm here before I have to work out. Fuck my life. Hopefully tomorrow I wake up skinny and rich. I'll just take the rich. I don't need to be skinny. I'm okay with where I'm at right now. Hey, Nicola. Got you in the background here for rants. All right. Well, you're going to get one. I mean, it's going to be small because I have CossyG coming on, but I don't want to, I don't want to go too long on it. But Boost Mobile has fucked me over, and I have been nice. Okay. They took this money months ago. Okay. Months. I have been dealing with this shit. I have talked about it now since starting this channel. I've talked about what's been going on. I've said my mobile company. I've been very careful about not saying Boost. I think it came out once prior to yesterday, and I felt bad. And then what happened to me yesterday after them not only getting my trade-in phone, they decide to keep my money. The fraudulent bastards now have my phone and my money. So yeah, fuck Boost Mobile. And I warned them yesterday when it's sunny in Scotland. Woohoo, everybody's having a nice day all the way around. I'm so excited. It's always nice, even when you're in a shitty mood, like just even smelling the nice warmer air and having a tiny bit of sunshine. I'll be honest, when it's too sunny, here in Michigan, we don't get a lot of very, very sunny days. So I think when it gets too sunny, I'm almost annoyed. I like a little bit of sun with some clouds and nice weather. Just, put it in the 60s and 70s and I'm happy. But it makes you feel good. When you're in a shitty mood and you just open the windows and you have some really nice, beautiful air from outside and you breathe it in, it makes you feel so good. I don't know if anyone else feels that, but that's how I feel. Shelly, hey, thanks for joining. I'm so glad to see you guys all here. I love you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Shelly's another one, working and listening. You guys that are working, don't work too hard, okay? Tell them Miss Scarlet said so. And Maylan's handing out PTO. Now, and I hate doing that. So this is why I got emotional, and I'm trying not to get emotional. I've done enough crying already. I just started this channel and I think I've cried like on 60% of my lives. God almighty. Although I did warn you all in advance, I am a crier. Okay. I'm a Pisces. I'm emotional. I'm an empath. And I rarely get to the point where I'm so pissed off that I can't cry. And I warn people, if you get me to that point, it takes a lot. So that, if you get me to that point, you done something wrong, okay? But yay, Maylan. Woo! Thank you. Fridge is full with water and punch. Yeah, Maylan stocks our chat fridge every day with lime punch and some water for every time Lally says, what if any? We take a shot of water. But be careful. Please do not drown. That is your warning. You're making bi-monthly trip to Michigan tomorrow? I will wave to my Michigan peeps. Oh, I missed it. Where in Michigan? Oh, that's right. You go to the west side of Michigan, don't you? Oh, Katie, you're so sweet. I promise as soon as there's not a million people all up in our finances reviewing shit, I'll send you PayPal love. You're so sweet. Well, speaking of that, you guys, and I'm literally, I hate doing this. I would have never done anything like this myself, but my friend made me, and I'm gonna cry now because she's a beautiful woman. I love her to death. She's probably the only true friend I've had for years who knows what my family, specifically someone I'm gonna say it now. I've talked about someone in my family who couldn't even spare something for my birthday. This year was my dad. Because at this point, I don't care. He's treated me like shit my entire life. I cut him out of my life for years. And I was happier for it until my mom passed away. I felt like not only when you lose a parent, is it hard enough? When you realize the other one is alive and well and you don't ever speak to him, especially after almost 5 years of not talking to him, I reached out. I tried to mend some fences. Sorry, guys. I thought maybe it would do us both some good after so many years of not talking. Maybe he would see through the light of the things I always said about the way he treated me, the things he said to me. And it didn't stop. I'm going to be totally honest. He didn't change one little bit. I tried to change again for him just so I could have him in my life. And I've hit my limit again. I can't do it anymore. When you have to pretend to be someone you're not for a parent, to just have a phone call with them without them criticizing you and putting you down for who you are, things that you can't change. It's sad. But anyway, back to the point. My friend started me a fundraiser, and as many fundraisers as are on the internet, I'm almost embarrassed to do this. Because I'm also one that I try to be as independent as possible. I've always been that way. I don't like asking for things. But I mean, at this point, I've almost hit a point where I don't have a choice. I'm not sure right now what's going to happen. And I know I'm not looking at the comments right now. You guys have been trying to stop crying, so I apologize. I'm missing comments. I will go through them in a second, but so my point in that is I if anyone knows or not knows, if anyone would just want the link, I will share it. If you can share it around, just to see if it can help me out of a dire situation, I'd really appreciate it. If it, I'm not good at asking for things. I'm really not. I feel not only embarrassed but bad because I know how hard it is these days to keep your own shit together, let alone have to give to somebody else. But I don't know what else to do at this point, which I think is why my good friend made this for me, did it for me, because I would never do something like this for myself. Sorry guys. Let me see where I'm at. Let me stop crying. Where am I? Pee potties are down. Yay, potty pads are down. Woohoo! See, I can always count on you guys for a laugh. I love you guys. Oh, hugs. Thank you all. All of you sending me hugs. I appreciate you all so, so much. Katie, thank you. You know, I tried, Katie. Like, he knew why I cut him out of my life in the first place. And when I reached back out, I tried to tell myself, even if we just talk on the phone, 20 minutes of, pretending that I'm everything he always wanted in a daughter, even though I'm not, would maybe be worth it to have a parent still in my life. Not to mention that my dad, and I know maybe this sounds a little selfish, but I knew one day it might come where I might need his help. Okay? But I never thought I would get the kind of response that I did the other day. And for those of you who weren't here the other day, let me explain just a little bit. My birthday was March 7th. And as everyone knows, or at least now knows, I've been really broke this month, specifically because everything that I've been making, the little bit extra I have every month, which is not a lot, but I stay within my means. I live a very small lifestyle and I enjoy it. I talked about this a lot. I have no problem with the way I live, but when someone takes, as much money as Boost Mobile took from me that didn't belong to them, it leaves you in a position where every single penny it goes to bills. I've literally had to rely on people, the graciousness of my chat, to send me money and PayPal to get groceries this last week. I mean, it's really sad. But my point in this is my birthday was March 7th. A couple days later, I reached out to my dad. My dad he always carries like these vanilla Visa gift cards in his wallet for whatever reason. I don't know if he buys them, gets them as gifts and never uses them or whatever. I reached out to him and asked him if he had a spare one in his wallet. And if he did, could he just, take a picture of the numbers and send them to me so I could get him some groceries? What did he say? No. He didn't acknowledge my birthday. Of course, I didn't get a birthday present, and I don't really care. But when I reach out a few days after my birthday and ask for a $25 Visa gift card that he may have in his wallet, his response is no. My dad doesn't know anything about what it's like to live with a chronic illness or live in pain or to not have extra money. He doesn't know. He owned his own business. He made quite a bit of money. And yeah, I mean, that's really all I can say. I mean, he has money to spare. It's not like he doesn't have it. Not to mention he invested in gold, and I just found out that it's hit a new high, even though it's been hitting all new highs the last few weeks. Oh, it's virtual juror. I'm sorry. You will happily thank you, Maylin. I'm gonna type it. I gotta figure out. Oh, you know what? Can I send it to you, Maylin, in Discord, and then maybe you can share it for me? I read it. Like I said, my friend made it for me. So I did read it. I feel like it's cheesy, but that's me, and it's because it's for me that I think I feel that way. But maybe you can look at it and tell me what you think too, Maylin, before you share it. Hold on, let me send it to you. Virtual juror, I see you. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, yes, Brother Council is in Michigan. Someone did point that out. That's my next step. MLS is in Michigan too. So you guys have been so kind to let me know that. I that's my next step, is to contact a lawyer. Shelly, thank you. I love you guys. You guys are so amazing. You have no idea. Like James, I did do that. I've done that and I don't qualify. So that can be a whole nother day. Because I am my everything I do for work right now is entirely self-employment. And I just did my last year's taxes. And because I'm self-employment, I'm sure anyone else who knows that when you do your taxes and you do self-employment, I mean, you pretty much you don't get anything back, because you just pray that your taxes are covered by all your deductions, which thankfully I was pretty close. So but anyway, I just did my taxes and I still make too much money according to them. Okay, I'm sending it now, Maylin. Hold on, I gotta copy and paste up. In my area, the township trustee helps with financial stuff. I actually had them help me years ago when my husband left the boys and I. No, we don't. I can tell you that right now. I even reached out to my church. But they don't have the funds right now, unfortunately. It'll be 81 today. Denise, where are you again? Why am I forgetting? Are you Florida? Sorry, Maylin, I keep getting distracted. There you are. Okay. Okay, share. Link, select a widget size, small, copy, paste. Okay, got it. Copy and paste. I don't know why you pasted like that. Maylin, tell me if you can get to it. I don't know. I copied and pasted the link, but I don't know why it came out like that. It's so weird. I don't know. Maybe if I just copy and paste the link from the search bar or from the URL bar. Hold on. Oh, let me do it that way. Copy, paste. There you go. Let me delete this message so you get the right one. There you go. Okay, Maylin, I got you. I sent it. Okay. You guys you're loving it. I bet you are. 81 degrees is very, very nice. Oh no, virtual juror chat's frozen for me again. Oh no. Hey, Care Bear. Thank you for coming. I apologize for you guys just coming in. Me and my snippy nose because I started crying again. I gotta stop doing this. I'm so sorry, you guys. I feel so dumb. But I feel like some of you are on this journey with me almost. And you have no idea how much I appreciate you all, really. Sorry, let me mute you real quick so you don't hear me blow my nose. I did have to say one thing that I did think was funny and did make me feel just a tiny bit better about this fundraiser / Gibson Go my friend made for me. She knows I filled her in. I taught her all about Turtle Boy and 5150 because she's in the mental health field too. And she goes, well, 5150 has one. Why can't you? I said, okay, I feel a little better about it now. Oh yeah, thanks, Malin. I will do that. And it's I mean, it is still embarrassing. It really is. Like if I was 5150, for something as ridiculous as what she's doing it for, like that would embarrass me even more. Like I mean, I forgot how I pinned it to the chat again. I forget. Hold on. How did I do it last time? Damn it. I figured it out last time and now I don't remember. It looks good. Thanks, sweetie. No lies detected. Oh, thanks. I mean, you guys want proof of this? I'm glad to give you proof. I have no problem. Oh, here, I found it. Okay, pin message. I did it. Okay. Thank you, Maylin. Anyways, if any of you would like some proof, for heaven's sakes, I got shitloads of it. You want to see some nasty texts from my dad? I'll show you those too. I mean, it's so bad. It's not. I laugh at it only because if I don't, I cry. See, like, what else are you gonna do? Ugh. So, anyways, guys, if CossyG's still here, whenever you're ready, I am good to go. We are going to be talking all things Ian Whiffin today. Thank you guys. You guys are so awesome. You shared it on your thank you, Maylin. I just hope, because I don't use the twat for obvious reasons, I just hope none of the shittiness and cesspool of crap come my way, but you know what? I don't even care at this point. My main objective, and I'm going to be totally honest with you, my main objective with now sharing that, I think that money is truly going to go for my rent, which is now going to be late. And getting more than I have a medical bill that's outstanding that you guys know that Moni G took me to my doctor's appointment. That's a whole nother drama. Moni knows about it because she was with me. I didn't share with you guys because, when we streamed after that, I didn't feel it was an appropriate time to go over it. And it's really just more rants. And I mean, until CossyG's, finds us, I can surely rant for you if you want. But to make a long story short, also because I am completely self-employed, I pay for my own health insurance. I had an insurance company for years that was perfect. It had the most perfect plan. All my doctors were covered, especially my pump doctor, who ended up leaving his practice and going out of the country due to family reasons. So he had to refer me to a new doctor. Well, at the end of the year last year, when I was referred to the new doctor, not only did I have they made an exception to accept my insurance for my first appointment. Come to find out, at the end of the year, that insurance company decided to no longer cover Southeast Michigan. So what they did through the marketplace apparently was just swap me without my permission, knowledge, or input to a plan they said was equivalent to the one that I had. Well, come to find out, the supposed equivalent insurance cost $75 a month more than what I was paying, and covered less, and required prior authorizations / referrals for my specialists, which I said was a prerequisite for any insurance I had when I first applied for my insurance at the marketplace. So then, in the process of switching through all this and my new appointment coming up this past week, the new insurance that I switched that now costs more where I was at, better insurance, and assured me that my doctor took when I went to my doctor's appointment on Wednesday. Come to find out, they gave me the wrong plan. My insurance doesn't take, or my doctor doesn't take that plan from that insurance. So here I am with insurance that my doctor doesn't take. Now I have an outstanding bill, which costs a fortune just to get my pump filled, which is insane. And before I can get my pump filled the next time, I have to not only pay my bill off, I obviously have to get new insurance again when they take. So there's my rant about the stupid fucking insurance companies, which, I mean, honestly, I think we can all go on rants about fucking insurance companies. They're ridiculous. But my point in all that, again, going back to the beginning, is this is where this money would go to, for all of you who share it for me and perhaps be so gracious to donate. It's going to go for rent, medical, and getting the rest of my YouTube going. And this is where I'm at. Okay, Kazi, I'm sorry. I'm so behind in the chat because I'm just in La La Land. I'm sorry. Oh, you're so sweet. See, you guys make me cry, but this cry is happy cry. You guys are amazing. You have no idea. I love you guys so much. Spending my days with you guys, just watching this trial and stuff is joy for me. I love it. You guys make me laugh every day. I try to remember all the reasons I do have to smile every day because of you guys. Oh, if it was Kazi that had Give, Send, Go, if he needed help, would you think it's embarrassing? No, of course not. It's not embarrassing asking for community support. I've needed help too. Prayers. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's just who I am, I think. But of course not. I would never feel that way. I would feel the way you guys feel. So thank you for kind of, pointing that out, making me feel about it a little different about it. The sun makes me happy. It does. Thank you for sending me some. Chin up. Asking for help is brave. I'm listening in, but thinking of you, and I'll try and help. You are so sweet. Thank you. You guys are just, I mean it. I tell you this every day because I want you guys to know, no matter what, you guys just spending your days with me, hanging out and talking shit and watching this trial with me, having some laughs, is more than I could ever ask for. Truly. I did my taxes and they said I owed back $500 because I received too much for my daughter's insurance. What? See? This is bullshit. Oh my God. This is such bullshit. If you've never done taxes, when you're completely self-employed. And I'm telling you, it's different than, like, say you have a full-time job or even a part-time regular job where you pay taxes through your paycheck and have a side job where you do a 1099. Doing like your entire income being self-employed where you don't pay taxes through the year, you have to be entirely meticulous about every dollar you spend. I mean, literally every penny you spend on your job, because if you don't, I mean, the amount of taxes that you will owe by the end of the year is insane. So if you're lucky enough to have enough deductions where you come out even, I mean, it's pretty good. Insurance is the biggest Ponzi scheme in the country. Amen. Amen. Insurance, meaning health insurance and car insurance. I'm going to tell you that right there. This time of the month is not good for me. James, that's no. And this is what I mean. Like, I think this is why it's the most I feel embarrassed, just because I know everyone is struggling right now. It's not an easy world that we live in right now. It's just not. So nobody feel bad that they can't help right now. Please don't feel bad. You guys coming here every day is what's most important. 1099 taxes are they're definitely a pain in the ass. They are not fun. They take forever. Yep, every cent. Jordan, hi. I'm new here. This came across my timeline. I follow TV, CossyG, and all the good people. I'm sorry for whatever you're going through. I will catch up with. Oh, you are so sweet. Thank you for coming. I'm so glad to see you. I've seen you. I think I've seen you in the chat. I don't talk in TV's chat a lot because it flies by so fast. So I'm always in there listening, but yeah. So I'm so glad. I'm always happy, you guys, new people coming. It's amazing. All insurance, yes, TBJ. All insurance, car, health, property, yeah. They want their money in advance, and then when you don't need them, they'll gladly take your money. But then when you need them, they'll put you through hoops, fucking the ballet, whatever, I don't know, for you to get any money back from them. Hold on. So, yeah. So Ponzi scheme is exactly the way to put it. They just get more and more money from people to pay off the people that need the help, and they will try and keep that money for as long as possible. Oh, Denise, I love you too. I love all of you. Thank you. Yeah, having to if every receipt is annoying too. Yeah, I have shoe boxes of receipts. That's what I do. Like, I am so bad about organizing. Like, I just write the year on the shoebox, and then if that receipt's from that year, I just throw it in, and then I give it to my tax guy. I'm like, here you go. I mean, that's what you pay your tax people for, right? Like, I'm not going. I'm very bad. Like, I am very good at organizing data. Like, I could make PowerPoints and Excel spreadsheets and shit like that all day long. You want me to organize paperwork? Nope. No, thank you. Okay, Maylin. You take care of those cute little puppies. I'm retired with half a decent pension, but not huge. Sometimes I'll do small electrical jobs on the side, but not too often. Yeah, see? And that's what I mean. Like, you have a pension, and yet you still have to go do jobs. Like, you have to do something else for money. And that's what scares me so bad about getting older more than anything else. You know, turning 47 this year and working on my own, I think is part of the reason I even started thinking about doing a YouTube channel. Because, I mean, come 15, 20 years from now, like, I know that my retirement, because I'm all self-employed, like, I'm just going to be reliant on whatever Social Security decides to give me, like, and pray that somehow I can get by. And I know people on Social Security right now who can barely scrape by, or they live in shitty apartments because they can't afford anything else. And it's sad. And I don't want, this is one thing that's probably the only thing I won't talk about on my channel is politics. But it doesn't matter. It's not about sides, Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that our economy right now sucks. Things are too expensive for the income coming in unless you're in the top 1%, and it's bullshit. I am fighting with my insurance for a back procedure. I have appealed 4 times and now I'm going to a judge. Oh, hippie chick. I'm so sorry. Been there, done that. Not for a back procedure. When I had the other issues before I got my pump, oh my God. I am so sorry, honey. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. Because if I can even just give you advice on how to deal with health insurance for things that they're denying you for, let me know, because I've been through it a lot. Here's CossyG. Hey, CossyG.
Hey, how are you?
You?
I'm all right.
Sorry, I started my stream out crying.
No, it's your channel, man. You know, do your thing, you know. But I mean, I can relate with you on this stuff, you know. From the family stuff to the money stuff, I get it, you know. We don't choose our family, you know what I mean, or what the things they're going to do, you know. So
yeah,
you're doing great, you know what I mean. And this community is unbelievable. The people in here are incredible.
yes.
It you know, all these people here in this chat are, you know, my people, your people, our people.
Yeah.
You know, well, these are our people, you know, and they're so awesome, and they've been great to me. I'm sure they'll be great to you too. And anyways, it's good to be here.
Thanks. I'm so glad to have you, CossyG. You are, yeah. And I'm going to tell you, like, I say this on my channel a lot too, is that I've always been one of those people, like, even when I'm sad and that, I always try to be, you know, happy for the things I have, find the joy in the day, because you only live once. You don't get to come back. And spending it, and someone who spent 20 years in the mental health field can see how bad it can get for some people. And I also suffer, and I'm not shy about explaining, I've suffered from anxiety. I've suffered with it for about 17 years now. And it's especially, it seems like every year that goes by, it almost seems harder and harder to live in the world without some sort of anxiety or depression. And especially, like you said, this community is so wonderful and understanding and accepting, that how can you not be happy to be part of it, you know? And this is part that I take every day, that I am just truly appreciative that these people come and hang out with me every day.
Yeah, it's great. I'm always amazed when I get anybody watching whatever nonsense I'm up to. You know what I mean? So
I love watching you. You are the one of the very few who provide the laughs I need.
Yeah, well, I try. You know, I try to keep that theme going. You know, we're in a like a toxic atmosphere with these people, right? I mean, all you know, the side of, you know, Twitter and all that. I mean, it's its own thing. I mean, there's some crazy shit going on over there, and try to keep it light. as light as you can,
Yes.
while exposing stupidity at the same time. You know what I mean?
Right? Yes, like for sure. I just want to address this, Jordan. My heart goes out to you. I get it. My mom lived on disability since 1986, and it's not an easy place to be. And I'm so sorry. I hope all is well, and we'll be praying for you. She says she was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago, and she's still on a low dose chemo pill. So sorry. Yeah, healthcare shouldn't be political. You're right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Every one of us that, everybody in here, has their own story,
Yep.
and they're not always the best, and they're not always the happy, you know what I mean? But we all have our own things, and this is where we kind of come together to, like have camaraderie and like community. Yeah. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but
no, I know exactly what you're trying to say. Like the people that come together in this community that aren't the hood boogers, let's put it that way, are just wonderful people.
Yeah, anything not hood booger or Lana, probably going to be okay with me. Except, throw a few more in there, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I just learned about Lana watching Will the other day. I mean, people had explained to me what her channel was about and like how she believes certain people are innocent and are obviously not. So she's obviously cuckoo in my book. But she also reminds me, like, I just learned about Bullhorn Betty as well. I just joined a new community watching a channel called Nonsense. This woman she talks about
I know them. I know that.
Okay. Yeah. So I just Crispy Treat. She's the one that introduced me to them. So I'm learning all about Bullhorn Betty, who I didn't know anything about prior to joining that community just like a week ago. And I'm taking a crash course in all things Bullhorn Betty. And I had heard Will the Glare talk about her before, but I never knew who she was. I just figured she was a crazy woman, and apparently she's more than crazy.
Yeah, I haven't really gone down the Bullhorn Betty road yet. I probably won't. I mean, we got our hands full with what we have here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With these nuts. So we'll just keep on exposing them and trying to make people laugh as much as we can. That's all you can do.
Exactly. Let's put Bullhorn Betty into a nutshell. She's got a tattoo of a missing kid from Ohio, apparently. She's got 5 ROs from families that she's supposedly trying to help in the
community. Yeah, we know that kind of help.
Yeah. Yes. So, I mean, that's Bullhorn Betty in a nutshell, apparently.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus. Who tattoos the name of a missing kid? And then apparently she believes the parents are in on it. So, like, I don't know. Like, it's insane.
That whole thing. I always go back to Lana. Like, who would make videos mocking Shanann Watts like that? You know what I mean? You have to be a sick person.
Yeah. I mean, no victim is perfect. Nobody in this world is perfect. So there's always going to be, if you want to pick on a victim, you can always find something you want to pick on. Go ahead. But the truth is, she was a victim. She's no longer here on this earth. Neither are her children. Mm-hmm. And you have the nerve to sit there and do something like that. It makes me sick.
It's disgusting. And that's not the only example. I mean, there's many others. She's just disgusting, and she has a big enough platform where people watch her and, apparently like her. And, as long as I'm around, I'm just going to keep exposing how stupid she is.
Right.
Amongst others,
Right.
And we'll try to laugh at the same time. That's the goal.
Yes. I mean, that's all you can do, because if you take some of this shit too seriously, I mean, it could literally drive you nuts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then we just be another one of them.
Right. Yeah. You'll slowly morph into,
right.
into a lane of hatred that you didn't like in the first place. Yeah. So
exactly.
It's important to keep it light, but also show the hypocrisy and, just
definitely
whatever.
That's what I said too. Like, I have a couple of friends that are from a different community on YouTube, as well as I have my one good friend who actually made this Give Send Go for me. I've filled her in. She doesn't really do YouTube altogether, but she does, she partakes in some of the like shorts that she follows and stuff like that. The people that do a lot of shorts. But I've tried to explain to her like the Karen Reed, and she never watched either of the trials, but she kind of heard this obviously mainstream point of view of Karen Reed, which obviously we know was totally incorrect. So I tried to give her the correct view on the Karen Reed case. And she started watching some of she works during the day too. She can't, unfortunately, she's like, I can't even watch it while I'm at work, or else I'd put my earbuds in, but she just can't because she works in healthcare. So, she watches my repeats, and so I told her, along with a couple people from a different community, that I would do a kind of breakdown on who Turtle Boy is and what he did for the Karen Reed movement and things like that. And I said, with that video and this part of my YouTube channel, along with the psych nights that I really want to incorporate in my channel, is just, even if I spread awareness to one other person about these assholes on the internet that creep in and pull this kind of shit. I mean, did you see James Jackson and Will's chat last night?
I did. I didn't really pay attention, but he wasn't really talking shit, was he? I mean, from what I saw.
No, he wasn't. I'll be honest. I'm not going to say that he was, because he wasn't. However, I did find it funny. He said he was leaving about 10 times and never left.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he does that a lot.
Like, okay. And I don't know, Cosy, if you watched my very first live that I ever did with Ian G, from the Chat Rats, was my kind of view on James Jackson, because it was right after the whole Alex stuff, and I wanted to rant, and I was like, I messaged Angie and I was like, hey, do you want to go live with me, because I have a lot to say about this bullshit. And so my point of view on him specifically was, at first, I truly felt he was just a douchebag, and that all these people were like, James Jackson is a nice guy, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, I don't see that. However, in watching, I went back and watched a few things of him, especially interactions between him and JFK. Someone sent me some videos of way back when he wanted to go into the Wilbur, and JFK was like, basically, fuck you, you're not going in, even though I guess James had tickets, something along those lines. And I started to watch like his facial expressions. Now, by no means am I a behavior expert, or like, a behavior, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Body language expert. Yeah. But I have spent several years, in the mental health field. I've spent years at a job with dual diagnosis patients who have, an addiction to some sort of drug and a crime, where they're in, because I worked for the Michigan Department of Corrections, doing intakes for dual diagnosis patients first out of college. And so I've seen all these things, and I remember watching that night, that horrific fundraiser with James on the screen, grabbing at things that weren't there, doing, gum rubs. And then I started watching a couple back videos of the interactions, like I said, between him and JFK. Now, that being said, I still agree with my first assessment that he needs to grow some balls and tell JFK to fuck off. That was my main, like, I do see some confliction, like, in his face at times, but what solidified it for me was the Baker Down syndrome thing that he
that thing,
he sat there and laughed at that, almost fell out of his fucking chair laughing so hard. That just was like, you're a douchebag. I'm sorry. You are a douchebag. I don't care how nice you are in real life. You obviously, like, someone had pointed out, like, I guess if someone sends you something, you click on it, and you might, it might show up on your YouTube screen. Then you kind of don't realize what it is until it's already been posted on your YouTube screen and your entire viewership has just seen it. And then you yank it down and said, sorry, I didn't really see what it was. But he saw what it was for a long time, laughed for a very long time, and thought it was the funniest thing. And to me, that's just a douchebag. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a lot of people's opinion on it. And, yeah. I've seen him be, be nice and whatever, and then, go on a show later and just completely undo everything he did and whatever.
Yeah. I did find it funny because he was in Turtle Boy's chat the other night too.
Right. Yeah. And I'm not sure. Because I just kind of don't pay attention to the hood boogers are a thing of the past, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like they're so last month,
Right?
or so 2 months ago. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of forget they even exist these days now. But James has not been on there as far as I know, and he's probably doing his own thing, and good for him. I hope he does, and hope he doesn't do anything shitty. That's all.
Right. Yep.
I mean, other than that, do your thing, James. But if you do something shitty, people are going to point it out.
And that's it. Exactly.
Right.
Like, if you want to come in and apologize like he did, and then, turn around and do, shitty things, expect, should I say lashback? If anyone watches The Baker and make fun of the foreskins knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Don't be surprised. Like, but disclaimer.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him doing that lately. So hopefully, whatever. Pete.
Yeah. Hippie Chick says, yes, I'm assuming that's from the Wilbur. Yes, he held him hostage outside in the alley. Like, I don't get that. Like, if you're a grown man and another grown man has some sort of control over you, it is not like, that's what we discussed, Angie and I discussed, because people are like, well, he's in an abusive relationship. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but two grown men in a friendship is not the same as like a DB situation. And please don't compare it as such.
Well, I think that's a joke mostly, right? Like, free James, you're in an abusive relationship, you need to get out of it. Like, almost all certainly a joke, right? But I mean, I think there is some truth to the fact that maybe, maybe James is seeing the light. I don't know the light, but maybe just seeing that maybe he's being used by them or something. I don't know.
I did notice too, though, that because I don't watch their channel. I don't know if you've heard the story where the one time I ever visited James Jackson's channel and made one comment, I got booted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Disappointed, So the only time I ever watched him is when like Rat House Media or Will goes over, the bullshit, or you go over the bullshit that they, streamed that day. And I have noticed that nothing they've gone over has had James Jackson on it since the Baker thing.
Right. Definitely not lately. Yeah. It hasn't been anything lately. It's been all Jay Brills and I don't know, Kev when he can wake up, that I've seen. But again, I kind of forget they're there most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's easy to forget until someone brings them up and it's like, look what they did today.
Right. And their shows have been about different, from what I've seen on the thumbnails, like Aaron Hernandez. I mean, those fucking years ago, dude.
Wow. That's like 2008, right? That's a long
time. That's a long time ago. Yeah. But I don't know, God bless them. You know what I mean? If they're not trying to stir up shit and they're talking about other stuff, good.
Yes.
Good for them.
Like, please move on. We're good with it.
Right. Exactly, dude. You talk about whatever cases you want to talk about. That's cool. As long as you're not, tuberculosis and Will Henry 24/7. I mean, Jesus Christ. It gets old, dude. Your audience is probably getting fucking tired of it, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, the numbers keep going down and down, and they're not as blind as Kreifart, who thinks, oh, our numbers are going up. Like
Kreifart's delusional. He's delusional. I mean, he has the most popular man on the planet. On the planet.
I know. Oh my God.
On his show.
What was that shit?
and he 300 or 400 people watching. Are you kidding me? He just did you know? Did he watch the trial? He didn't know anything about the trial.
No, he didn't watch it. That's a waste of time to him. He only
I
cared
mean,
about the money he was going to make for having him on.
but this is my point. Like, if you knew, like, oh my God, I landed Afro Man on his most popular day ever, right? Millions of people interested in this case, right? I would have gone and crunched for like an exam. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, all right, I'm gonna get caught up. Are you caught up? Are you caught up? I would have got caught up quick on Afro Man. I would have binged the important points of the trial. I would have had questions ready. And he just gets on there and he's like, "Oh, like, how did you come up with the American flag suit?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
what? Seriously? I don't know. It's an American flag, and I feel like this is a statement. You know, like, what kind of a question is that?
Yeah. That was a dumb question.
He got the song wrong.
I know.
He's like, oh, what about your Yankee Doodle Dandy song? And he's like, well, it's not what it was. That's not what it is. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like, he doesn't even get that right. Yankee Doodle Dandy song? There's no such thing, Mike. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's the most popular guy on the planet. And these are the questions. You get his song wrong. Like, you don't know what to ask him. It was just, typical cry fart, behavior.
Yeah. I actually, I don't know if you've seen that through the trial, watching the first trial again, we've been making almost daily pictures of our whoever's on the stand that day. And one of the very first pictures I ever made in playing around with ChatGPT for the first time was a cry fart. Did you see those yet? I got to show them to you if you haven't seen them. For anyone who hasn't seen them, I'm going to show you. Bear with me a moment while I pull them up. Because I think anyone who knows cry fart will get it, and hasn't seen these will get a kick out of them. And for some reason, me and ChatGPT have like a very good relationship. It doesn't take much for her to get the pictures I want, like that are perfect for my instructions.
Yeah, she knows what you like at this point.
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
But this one, I just in doing my YouTube channel, I'll tell you, I'm learning a lot about new things, and Dropbox is one of the first things I am really enjoying. I've never had a Dropbox before. I always emailed myself, shit I wanted to link or send or whatever. And now that I have a Dropbox, like, I'm obsessed. It's so much easier to share stuff with yourself when you have a Dropbox. I'm like, how did I live so long without one of these?
I know, huh? I haven't figured out that Dropbox thing. I gotta do that.
I'm still working on it, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. Now, if you need help getting it started, I can help you get it started. I don't know the ins and out completely, but it's a wonderful thing, I'll tell you. Much easier to share things with yourself. And now I'm pulling. Oh well, let's start with this one here. Hold on. Trying to. I'm still having like StreamYard things. Like, for some reason, StreamYard doesn't like to work with certain like programs open.
I know. I deal with it all the time. Like, the file is not correct. It's not in the correct format or something like that. I deal with that shit all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. So here we go. This is one of them. It says, I hope my 32 viewers didn't hear that. And the dog says, what's that smell?
That's a cry fart, baby.
Yep. And then let's see. The other one I made is like I made a picture, and then I asked ChatGPT to turn it into a comic, and it was perfect. So bear with me while I find the right one. Oh, this is the comic. Here you go. Can you see it, Cosy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fart alert. He almost he farted so hard he needed eye surgery a couple days later.
Right? And it's funny how that one video Will went over, he talked so much about how he had to have his cataract surgery, and yet now we've heard nothing about it. So did he have his surgery? Or was that just a bullshit?
I think they did. I thought I heard him talking about it.
Oh, okay. Well, obviously I don't watch it, so I have no idea. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, it's just I have to review them, so I do watch this shit sometimes. Just when I have to review them.
Okay, Cheryl, thanks for coming. Sorry, Cheryl's off for the day.
No, it's all good. All right, Cheryl, thank you. Can I have stuff in here? Can I share anything in here?
I think so. Yeah, you can
all
share.
Right. I don't know what this is. This is Cryford. This is Cryford 2 and Cryford 3. I don't know what it is. It's old. I don't know. Hold on.
I stopped sharing mine, so hopefully yours can come up.
Okay.
There's one more picture, but I'll share it after you're done.
Okay. I don't even know.
I love how Cosy says fat.
Fat. Okay. I just clicked on this, but I don't think I can share it in this way.
I got it. Yep, I can add it.
Oh, you got it?
Okay. Yourself. You are.
I can add it.
That's kind of freaking sad. So I just wanted to throw a couple of those things out there tonight because I want people to understand where I come from, because some of you seem to think that I give a shit when you throw it out there that you unfollowed me. I don't care that your public perception of me has changed.
Wow, he had 422 people watching. That was a while ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a lot.
A couple months ago before he lost everybody.
That's exactly.
Oh, look at Truth and Transparency, $9.99.
L Media, Money Mike. Thank you, man. You are money, Brian.
Merry Christmas. So
Brian's a hard worker.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Oh no, this was when LTL gave him $2.
Brian put up his shit. He put his channel on the line.
Here you go, money making Mike.
Dude, he's too sensitive.
Here you go, money making Mike. Here's $2, you son of a bitch.
Dude's come on fucking strong.
These guys are really.
Brian,
dude's coming on strong. He gave you $2, dude. Jesus.
Love for you, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep reminding yourself. You are enough. You do enough.
Oh my God, I forgot about that one. God damn it.
$2.
Integrity is a must, and you got it.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I try. That's all we can do is try. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not a god. I'm not going to say I'm always right. Sometimes I'm wrong. Mike. Sometimes I make mistakes. Ask my girl.
No, I'd rather not.
Twisted Tragedies. I've seen her getting a lot of shit.
Here we go.
Even daring to comment or support her or be nice to her. I'm going to say this about Twisted. I don't agree with what she said about Karen. I don't like it. Personally, I don't like it. It makes me mad. But on the other hand, Twisted Tragedy is the only person on that other side that ever actually backed me up as a human being.
Oh my God, Mike.
And I really mean that.
You are a sellout, dude.
She's the only one of them that didn't fuck me over.
Oh
my God.
So I don't give a shit if you don't like me because I'm putting Twisted Tragedies super chat. I don't have any dislike for Twisted Tragedies. I wish her well.
You don't care that she wants to see your person.
Diane G. Look at Diane G's comment says she thinks Karen did it. Exclamation.
Oh, no. She thinks Karen did it and she hates Karen Reed with a vengeance.
God. And yet, Cryfart has.
And I know that she got a lot of shit from Turtle Boy that was unwarranted, especially against her and her family.
Wow.
And if you really know the situation with her and her family and her boyfriend, who does work.
Ooh, that's good.
It's ridiculous. And she Twisted says we are bad because Aiden said
Twisted's in the chat.
You're not bad. The only thing I don't like is I wish you would ease up on Karen. I wish you would come to Jesus on Karen.
I mean, that's the only thing that I kind of disagree with you with. It is the whole thing that you want to see Karen buried under the prison. Everything else is fine. You know what I mean?
No, you probably never will. We'll never agree on it. But that's the only thing that I don't like about Twisted Tragedies. Everything else I like about Elise. She says he lies and rumors about others to hide his own behavior is deplorable. I mean, he did that to you. We know he did that to you. Thank you, Twisted, for the super chat. You didn't need
Thank
to
you,
throw
Twisted.
$5 in.
Thank you so much.
I feel like I owe you now.
All he cares about are those damn
All right,
super chats.
MS808 says, big respect for you, Mike.
There's
Thank you
truth.
so
Like
much.
I haven't seen this in a while. There's truth and transparency again. People can have difference of opinions all day and still be a class act. Having humility, grace, and respect. When you see people that can't do that, those are the ones you should be wary of. Bitch, have you seen your content? Like, what are you talking about?
Miss 808, I think I'm reading it right. My eyes are a little funky tonight.
Yeah, you farted.
Truth and transparency. Love you, Lana. She's done some great work too. She's
love you, Lana. I mean,
Did
listen to this shit. Yeah.
the one.
Oh my God.
I'm impressed this year. She says, Merry Christmas, Mike, mods, and chat. Happy New Year. Thank you to my mods. Thanks Sarah and Shock and Horror and everybody else who's been our mods. MD1019RD says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well, sir or woman, lady. Oh my God, all the super chats are coming in tonight. Natalie Diane 67 says, thank you for supporting Mike. We are all human, but wrong is wrong.
Young Black Economist is in the chat. I think it's funny that people deciding they don't want to talk to people ever again. Whatever. I mean, his chat and his super chats just filled with Karen Reed haters, and I mean the OG haters.
This movement went wayward. It's embarrassing. Yes, it is, but it's also good because you see who isn't going to be kowtowed by public perception, like subscribers and
Boston
we see who's real. That's just beautiful.
Last night,
it's always, you can say the glass is half.
His interview with Afro Man, I'll tell you, like, you couldn't be more obvious that all he was staring at was that chat, waiting for a super chat to come in. Like, he was like, come on, I got the like you said, the most popular man right now in America, and come on, people, give me the money.
But not only that, Afro Man gave him like a long time. He didn't go on there for 5 minutes. You know what I mean? It'd just be like he's hitting a bunch of shows. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
After his big win, he gave Mike a lot of time, and Mike did nothing with it. Literally nothing with it.
No, nothing. Yeah. It was almost as Afro Man was interviewing himself. Like,
right. Yeah.
Because he would, Cry Fart would give the stupid questions and then that awkward silence. And he's like, well, I'll just answer the question I thought you were going to ask me, like normal people would ask me.
Right.
And I'll give you that answer.
And he kept on riffing. He's trying to like draw something out of Mike, and Mike's just like, that was a good song. And he gets a song wrong. You know what I mean? He's just like, come on, dude.
Yeah.
You didn't do your homework. You had hours and hours to like prepare, and you did nothing. So there you go.
Excuse me. If your guest is interviewing you, basically, like, you got a problem.
Yes. Yeah. How many times is Afro Man like, hey, let me ask you a question? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mike's like, yeah. What?
I was shocked as hell that he actually understood that one question was like rhetorical. Like, I was waiting for him to actually answer it. Like, I have a feeling that at first he didn't realize it was, and that's why it took him so long to answer. Was he's like, I don't know what to say. I don't know the answer to that question.
Just caught completely flat-footed, like not knowing, like he's so out of it, but I mean, there should have been thousands of people watching that. Thousands.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, think about even if you had done the interview, you would have had at least 1,000 people in there watching it.
I would like to think so. Afro Man, yeah, hell yeah. I would have. Well, first of all, I watched the trial, so I would have known, what questions to ask. He had nothing, and he couldn't even get the titles right to his songs, and it was just like, Mike, come on.
It's beyond embarrassing.
He may or may not have farted in the middle of it. We don't know.
Right.
All right, now I'm just being a child, but you get it.
No, You can be whatever you want to be in my channel or my chat. I have no problems.
This clip, I mean, you can, if you want to get into the Whiffin stuff, we can do that. I just figured.
Yeah, we can start there. We can go there. The thing about my channel is we'll bounce all over the place. My headlines have always been like what we're going to start out with, and then we end up 10 steps somewhere else. So it's okay. Right. That's how
you want to listen. You want to listen to the rest of this clip? There's probably a minute left.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, we'll just listen to Mike for a minute. See what else has to say.
I like to say the glass is half full. And I think it's more than half full now. I think it's 3/4 full, and it's more coffee's being poured in. You know, because that's the truth.
What the fuck is he talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about, Mike?
We see who's real now. We see who's actually willing.
We see who's real. We got Truth and Transparency. We got Twisted Tragedies. We have Lana Truth and Transparency in the chat. These are the real people. Come on.
To put shit on the line for the truth.
Whatever we feel like, that's what goes on.
Oh my God, you guys are being generous. I haven't seen this much generosity lately. This is overwhelming. Wow. Every time I look, there's another super chat. Please pass the pepper.
Oh,
wow. $29.99 says Happy New Year, jerks and long gamers. Thank you so much.
Jerks and long
gamers. Why
did
Federo abandon you? That's too funny.
Is that what it says?
Wow, we got 486.
It did. Oh my God. That's fucking funny. Why did Federo abandon you?
On YouTube right and quite a few on Facebook too and Twitter.
Nice.
That JN2S person.
Amazing.
Oh, there's Nan. There's Nan coming in with the how much was it? Oh, $200.
Oh my God.
Nan, you filthy bitch.
Oh, here's another one. SK27 Music says, thanks for putting me on the right path. Truly, thank you.
They're all in there. That's why I clipped this because it was a band night.
Super chat. Yeah, he's.
Oh my God.
He's about to blow his load.
Like, yeah. Well, hey, this was a couple months ago. You ain't gonna see these numbers these days.
I'm glad I could help. You do great things. I've really enjoyed some of your videos. I laugh my ass off, man. Check out his YouTube and Twitter. Does some great videos. Funny as shit. I used your picture of JFK for the thumbnail tonight.
Oh, the Muppet guy.
Let's play some JFK.
The Muppet guy who thinks he's super important.
That's the facts, Money Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, because like I said.
Oh my God.
All right. Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the clip.
That cracks me up, dude. I mean, I don't know how anybody can be so I don't even know the word for it. Like, he's beyond nuts. Like, he's blind to
delusional.
I guess delusional. Yeah, I mean, that's the only way to put it. He's in his own little world.
Yeah, he certainly is. God damn, Mike. And now so he had like almost 450 people watching then. And this was, probably early January, something like that. And you look at now. Whew, yeah, those days were good.
That one video, I can't remember what live. It was something that you would have thought he would have had more people, and he had like 27 people in his live viewing or in his, in his chat. And that day was like one of my first week of lives, and I had like 19 people, and I was like, oh my God, my channel is like a week old, and I almost have as many people as Cryfart in his chat. That's so sad.
Yeah, during the fundraiser, I went in. There was like 46 people on a Karen Reed fundraiser.
Yeah,
like, what?
I mean, that tells you everything you need to know, almost. Like,
yeah.
And Cryfart pretending, and I don't even know pretending, but he constantly mentions that he's an OG of the Karen Reed. Like, what does that even mean? I mean, my point in him always saying that is, what does it matter technically? I mean, besides Turtle Boy, because he's the one that started the spread of the awareness. For everybody else who, you know, even like Krypar covered it but never went to court, to say he's an OG and then to bitch on anyone else who followed after covering the case. It's like, isn't that the point of getting the word out, is so that more people will cover it, getting more words out, who will, you know, like it leads to a chain event, you know, where more people get more people and get more people. That's the whole point of getting a movement. So who cares if you're part of the OG, Cryford? Like,
well, he thinks because he's an, you know, quote unquote OG, that he's beyond reproach, right? You can't criticize him. You criticize me. You know, I've heard him say many times, they criticize me, one of the OGs. Like, yeah, Mike, because you've changed and you suck now. That's why people are saying it.
Jay Seven says, you guys don't get it. Less viewers is actually more valuable to money.
Yeah, less is more. It's an art thing. You wouldn't understand.
Oh yeah, Cryfart was sued too. He's actually more important than Turtle Boy. Duh.
Yeah, and he had to bring that up on the Afro Man interview. He's like, "Oh, I got actually sued for exercising my First Amendment speech," and Afro Man's like, "Yeah, I don't give a shit."
Yeah, like, and it didn't take him very long to bring up himself either. He couldn't.
No, it didn't, did it? No,
like, oh, me and you, Afro Man, we're tight because you know,
me and you, Afro Man, we're the same. We like weed, and we're both about the First Amendment. Except that I'm not about the First Amendment.
Yeah, get out your weed award, people.
My weed. Where's my weed award? Where's my weed award? I had it around here. It's not here. I don't have it no more. Where's my weed award?
James says, Cryford says none of us have ever read a book, then praises Jabril, who couldn't read Curious George.
You rang.
Oh my God, you did see the Jabril and Turtle Boy at Kelsey Fitzsimmons' hearing, right?
Oh yeah. That nightmare. Yeah. He doesn't belong here. He doesn't belong here. I don't like him. Okay, dude.
His weasel award. Weed award.
My weed award's around here somewhere. I can't find it. You have to hang it up on the wall. I can't. Hold on. I gotta go get it. I'm gonna get the Afro Man to smoke a joint with me. I'm gonna smoke weed on the air. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. How am I doing, everybody?
Oh yes, he did, Care Bear. You haven't seen it. Watch Will's coverage of the Cryfart's interview with Afro. You will. Oh my God. I kept seeing in Will's chat, like, I have second, third, and fourth hand embarrassment over this. It was so bad.
Yeah. It was something else.
Yeah, I went over the Jabril because I was about to go live when someone's like, "Did you see this?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" The Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing, and he was, by the time I went live, apparently JFK was still live, running that shit. And it's like, they keep going on and on about how they're for these cases and stuff. And Jabril didn't even go into court. He literally said that he was there to confront TV. That's all he did. And he paced outside that courtroom apparently until TV came back out so he could confront them all again. He made a 16-year-old cry, for heaven's sakes, and then had the nerve to go, "Oh, cry, woohoo," and make fun of her. Like, you're just a douche.
Yeah, he's a friggin' knuckle dragging Neanderthal. I mean, look at the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, please.
He never even lit one of them. Oh yeah, but when he pulled out those joints, yeah. Last night, that interview this guy.
Yeah, money making Mike. God damn, he's funny.
Is CossyG gonna? Oh, so Kara wants to know if you're gonna go over it. Are you maybe gonna go over live the Afro Man interview?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe, but I mean, Will did it already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe parts of it. You know what I mean? Like a few clips where, like, you know, Mike is just flat-footed and has no idea what to say. Like maybe a couple clips. But yeah, maybe.
Pay bro. Hashtag pay bro.
Yeah, pay Brill, pay the man, pay the man. He's going down there and, you know, getting borderline charges put on. You know, you got to pay the guy.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know, making 16-year-old girls cry, and you know what I mean. Just pay the man. I mean, he's providing a shitty service. It is a service, albeit a shitty one. He is providing a service, so pay Brill.
Yeah. And then JFK literally screaming into the phone, or you know, into his thing, like J-Bro, like TV could hear him, and J-Bro was paying no attention to what JFK was saying. Like it was just, I mean, it was so. I don't even know the word, because JFK is always hovering over all of them, and then you send him down there to do this, and then you're the one screaming in there like what questions to ask, and then hearing J-Bro do when he did parrot a couple of those questions, it's like you're just like, seriously, you're happy with this kind of life?
Yeah, and Randall is on the other side.
Hi, Linda.
Yelling like Aiden can hear him. Hey, Aiden Cooney, hey, Aiden Cooney. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
You're not yelling to him, you're yelling in the ear of Brills. Like, forget it. It's just so stupid.
Hey, Mommy G. Thank you guys for coming. All right, so maybe we'll get into a little bit of Ian Whiffin, because I'm definitely interested in hearing your take. Before we go, because I have not seen, obviously, as you know, I have not seen the first trial in its entirety. I don't think I've seen any of Ian Whiffin's testimony from the first trial. I only obviously watched the second trial. I saw him testify in the second trial. So I'm definitely interested to see what is different from the second trial to the first. But let me start by getting your take and some CossyG on the Ian Whiffin situation.
Well, as we go through it, we'll pick out interesting points.
Okay.
And yeah, there's a couple of really important things to point out. And yeah, let's just. I mean, he's obviously full of shit. And, you know, I mean, independent of that, there are some very important points in here to highlight.
Okay.
So,
all right. So I'm just pulling it up now. Bear with me a moment, and then we'll get that started. Now, I normally play it on 1.25 speed, but do you want me to just play it on normal speed, or is 1.25 you think okay?
You could probably put it on 1.25 because it okay. Goes slow. So yeah, I don't think
if it ends up being too fast, let me know.
Okay.
Find Ian Whiffin. I always do that. Sorry, hold on. Here we go.
I'll be right back. I got to go tend to the cat real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, give him kisses for me. Say hi to Brando.
Will do.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And if it's at all helpful, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can put it in any direction you wish. Just try to keep your voice up. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Now, sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffin. So IANWHIFFIN.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently the coding product manager at Cellebrite.
And what is Cellebrite?
Cellebrite is one of the world leaders in mobile forensics software.
And when you say forensic software, can you explain to the jury a little bit about what is forensic software and how is it used, specifically your Cellebrite?
Yeah, so forensic software is used
Hey,
to
Baker!
gain access to people's devices, cell phones primarily, to extract that data and to allow examiners to parse and decode that data to make sense of it in a more user-friendly way so that a report can be created for investigators.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a few questions going back to some of your educational and prior work experience with starting sort of with your undergraduate work. What, if any, where did you go to school and what, if any, degree did you receive?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK, where I did qualifications in computing, a higher national certificate in computing, and then joined the police in 2004.
And what department was that, sir?
That was response work. So South Yorkshire Police as a response officer.
And where did you go from there?
In 2009, I immigrated to Canada, where I was able to continue policing with the Calgary Police Service, where I spent approximately 4 or 5 years, again, working patrol before moving to the digital forensics team of Calgary Police.
And with respect to moving to that digital forensics team, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to that area?
So once I had made it into the digital forensics, I was sent to Ottawa for 3 weeks to do a foundational computer forensics course, covering all manner of digital forensics to begin with. Throughout my 8 years with Calgary Police, I did constant courses each year to keep information updated, including a 2-week course, again, at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, specifically about cell phone forensics. And then also during that time, additional courses for extracting data for interpreting internet artifacts or any other kind of information found on a phone or computer.
And following that, where did you go from there, sir?
In 2020, I left Calgary Police Service and began working at Cellebrite as the senior digital intelligence expert, where I would use my knowledge of the forensic community to assist.
I have to pause for a second, only because J7, is she really leave? Like, is something going on with her and Baker? What's up? Is there something I don't know? They're both here. That's what I thought. I saw Baker, and J7 was here, but then she said, peace out. I thought she was joking. Says, peace out. I'm not hanging with Baker. Have a good day, everyone. I'm like, what? I mean, I'm not trying to start drama. I just want to know if there's something going on. What's up?
Yeah, Scarlet. It's I don't know. It's something that popped up in my thing the other day too. I'm not really sure what's going on, but
oh, there is something going on. Okay, I'm sorry. I try not to pay attention to drama like that, so I have no clue. So I'm sorry. J7, I hope she comes back. I don't know what the deal is. I love you both. Oh, I don't like when people that I like don't like each other or have beef with each other. So
yeah,
hopefully
it's yeah. Let's just keep going.
Yeah. All right. Well, I love you guys. So here we go. Back to Ian Whiffin.
The developers with creating and maintaining a program that examiners would want to use. And finally, about 2 years ago, I moved to the decoding product manager position.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what it is, what your role is, and what is it that you do for Cellebrite?
Yep. So right now in the position I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
Now, with regard to your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellebrite coursework since joining Cellebrite, but other than the 3-week course in Ottawa, and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa, I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of training certifications.
And in addition to your work with Cellebrite, what, if any, other areas of the field have you worked?
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Sure. Have you given any presentations? Have you published any work in relation to this area?
Yes. So since working as an examiner, I identified that there were times that I needed to parse artifacts from applications that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I do my own research.
I just had the cat up here, but he
selection of digital
He didn't
forensics
like
tools.
He got weirded out by the
to
wire.
share that research, to share those tools.
Doesn't like the wire.
And directly related to that, I have published articles related to accessing data on phones, related to SQL databases, related to various other artifacts, primarily locations.
If you want me to pause it at any time, just let me know.
Testify in other courts in relation to this specific field?
Yes, related to digital forensics, I've testified approximately 20 times, mainly in Canada, but also once in Michigan, once in Australia, once in the UK.
Oh, he's been to
Now,
Michigan
as
too.
far as questions that come into
We don't want
your
you.
company with relation to interpretation of data, other sort of general forensic questions. What parts of the world do these questions come in from, and how widely used is that?
So the product is used globally. There are a
Oh
select
my
number of
God.
countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address which is open to any user called Stumpers. And the idea is that users, if they come across a artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues, and we can research that artifact, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why the artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
You use the term in there as far as an artifact. If you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the State Police in regards to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Cellebrite.
And if you know why was that initial, as far as the initial contact, the initial request from Cellebrite, can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you, what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network. So the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellebrite's possession. And I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC-5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
Oh, so wait,
And
I
so
gotta
essentially you were
pause.
asked-
Okay, so they were already looking for another excuse as to why that search was listed at 227. They didn't even take it as it could have been real. They were already looking for an excuse.
Yeah, that's why they brought him in here. That's why they brought him in. For any reason to explain away the 227 search. Yeah.
Oh my God. So I thought, okay, so my understanding of Ian Whiffin was just because he worked at Cellebrite and he developed that software or whatever that explained away how, I never knew that they went to him and said, look, basically, we need another reason as to why this has a 227 timestamp, besides the fact that it could actually be true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's why they brought him in here to do this.
That's some bullshit.
Yeah. And, well, he certainly ended up finding a way to do it, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he did. Wow. Like I didn't know that at all. Wow.
But wait a minute. I'm sorry. I was dealing with the cat. Maybe I missed. Did he just ask him, how were you contacted and why are you here?
Yeah, so why are you here? And his answer basically
Can
was, replay it. You want me to replay it? Yeah.
Because I'm going to show a provable lie here. So if you can back it up a little bit.
Yep. Go back to Lally asking him questions about his. Okay, here we go.
People were looking for an explanation. They can email to myself. So the product is used globally. There are a select number of countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address which is open to any user called Stumpers. And the idea is that users, if they come across a artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues, and we can research that artifact, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why that artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
Use the term in there as far as an artifact. If you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the State Police in regards to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Cellebrite.
And if you know why was that initial, as far as the initial contact, initial request from Cellebrite, can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what were you provided and what would you ask to look at?
So the original question is just basically how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network. So the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellebrite's possession. And I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, or what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC 5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be correct.
Correct.
And as far as this particular issue, has this arisen in other instances? Have you been asked the same question or similar questions in regard to this type of artifact?
Yeah, several weeks later, so probably around December time last year, I was contacted by a police investigator in Austria with a very similar question, but related to obviously a different internet search. And about a week later, the defense expert in the same case also contacted me asking the same question. The defense expert in that case was able to provide the database, and I was able to provide the answer.
Now, as far as the full extraction, is that the entirety of what you looked at in this instance, or what, if anything else, were you provided with in regard to your review and your analysis in this case?
So I did work with the full extraction, but my interest was focused on.
Okay, go ahead.
At some point he was asked, and I have the clip, I was just looking for it, but I can't find it quickly. He was asked who he was contacted by, and I believe he says I forget what he says, but when they say who he was contacted by, he says something here and he says something completely different on the Cellebrite video.
Oh.
At one point he says he was contacted by a true crime podcast host.
Yeah, that's what Maylin wrote. She said he was contacted by Cellebrite and a YouTuber.
Right? But I can't remember if he says that here or in the Cellebrite video. But he contradicts himself completely. He's either lying here or he's lying in the Cellebrite video, one or the other.
Well, I would assume he's lying here, but depending on what he's like, I mean, I had heard, and I had forgot about it until Maylin just wrote that he was contacted by a true crime YouTuber, which is what I'm assuming. But that again goes right back to the beginning. is that you're already going in asking a supposed expert with a bias. You need to explain this away because we're looking for another explanation. We don't care if it's true or not. We need another explanation for this.
Yeah, and they'll say, you know, he's an expert witness. He's a friend of the court. He's just going in there to look and try to make sense of it. And what he came up with is that it didn't happen. But we all know that's bullshit. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah. And I know that he, like Malin said, I do know from the second trial that he rewrote the program that basically just deleted timestamps, like altogether, to kind of as a way to circumvent those timestamps.
Exactly. Yeah. He just got rid of it.
Yeah. So like, like
I'm gonna see if I can find the corresponding clip, but you know, if you want to keep going.
Yeah, no problem. Linda says too, he said it started with the YouTuber in that presentation, but that was not the thing around the first trial, and that they wanted him came out in a FOIA. Oh, it was a FOIA request that it came out in. Okay. It was in, Malin says it was in the Cellebrite interview.
Yeah. What all I can remember right now is what he said on the stand and what he said in the Cellebrite video completely contradict each other.
Yeah. Wow.
But I'll look for the clip. I just when I do my clips, I don't name them very well, so I can't go back sometimes and easily find them. But
yeah, no worries. Just let me know when you find it.
I went through. It was like one of my first 2 shows that I ever did was going through the Ian Whiffin bullshit and the key cycles and stuff like that. Those are my first, which I might do refreshers on because there was not that many people watching at the time and stuff. So I might do those again. But I'm gonna see if I can find the clip.
Okay.
Just the web history artifacts.
What, if anything, did you find with regard to the web history artifact?
So the 22740 timestamp was correct insofar as that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the interesting thing was why the timestamp said 22740. And I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 22740 was actually listed in the database, even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
What is your opinion as to when the search was conducted?
There's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 227 40 seconds. And there's plenty of evidence later on in the day that shows that that particular search was conducted at 6:23, I believe 51 seconds, and then a similar search at 6:24 and 18 seconds, I believe.
And before we get to that, your Mayor approach?
Yes. Plenty of evidence. Yeah.
I'm showing you the document.
Thank you.
We'll see.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the internet history, the history.db database table showing activity from the morning of the 29th of January 2022.
Mayor Pro General?
Yes.
I'll take introduce the next exhibit. Okay.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Whiffin, do you recognize what's up on the screen now? Is the exhibit you have before you?
I do, yes.
And Ms. Whiffin, there should be a laser pointer on the desk next to you. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could, using that laser pointer, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if anything, you're difficult to observe within this exhibit.
Okay, of course. So this was a table I created based on the data from the phone. The first column shows the local time of a record that was written to the history database. This is a database which is tracking all web pages which are loaded as you use them. The second column starts with the URL, so the Uniform Resource Locator, so what you would type in or how the browser knows which website you want to visit. The title is part of the website which is loaded. One of the top attributes of the website will load the title. Visit count relates to an internal counter within Safari, which just tracks how many times a particular website is visited in order to make suggestions to down the road. And then finally, the last column shows the source of this information. So history.db is the name of the database, history_visits is the name of the table, and then the number is the unique identifier, which is assigned to that particular record in consecutive order. So every time you add a new record, that number will increase by 1.
This is probably a couple of foundational questions that I should have asked you first. My apologies. With respect to the cell phone extraction that you were provided, that was from a individual named Jennifer McCabe. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And fair to say you don't know Jennifer McCabe, never met her, don't know anything about her.
Correct.
And as far as a extraction is concerned, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that is. What is an extraction?
An extraction in this case, all of the files and folders had been extracted from the device, saved on a computer in a zip file container. So essentially in a way that is as close to the original from the device as possible.
And again, what is your title specifically with Cellebrite?
It's decoding product manager at the moment.
And so what, if any, relation
Oh,
does,
that's right, too.
you do have with
He uses decoding and encoding. I noticed that when we were trying to look up Loophole Lawyer's video where he uses the AI and makes them kiss and stuff from that's ridiculous interview. It does show that he uses the word decoding in one and encoding in the other, which are two different things.
to an extraction and how that's what sort of the relationship between what you do and a Cellebrite extraction?
So once the extraction's been extracted and we have the zip file, then Physical Analyzer is the tool that Cellebrite creates to allow examiners to look at that extracted data in a meaningful way. And my role is somewhat shaping how examiners will see that data when they open up Physical Analyzer and look at the extracted data.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do that what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from the Cellebrite tool?
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Now, again, Mr. Whiffin, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct your attention to what, if anything, gives you observe the data of this particular case.
Yeah, so the lower two records, which are highlighted in green, are two records which occurred at 2:27 and 42 seconds local time. So 2 seconds after the Google search had allegedly been made. And then the second record is 5 seconds after that at 2:27, 47 seconds. Both those URLs relate to a website of hokamocksports.com.
Hey, Scarlet.
Yeah, found it.
I'm gonna see if I can drag up those two clips. All right. So if you want to keep going, I'm gonna try to dig those up real quick.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Jury, what is a contiguous identifier?
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1, the second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So if I was to delete record 3, that record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap. And
all right, ready?
That database.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't
No,
mean
you're
to.
good.
All right, let's see if we can do this. Okay.
Okay, let me take this one off first. Remove this one and put this one up.
Did you learn that a consumer had called about a question relative to a report produced by the software?
Yes, there was both the troopers who had requested information about this particular artifact and also a private forensics examiner, Richard Green.
And when Richard Green reached out to your company, what specifically was the question or issue?
He reached out to the tech support team, asking basically, there's a timestamp that doesn't make sense. I need to understand what this timestamp means.
And can you share with us, what was the issue? What was the question that you were actually looking into?
The question was related to a timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m. And an internet query that appeared to have occurred at that time. There was no other information on the device that suggested that that internet query had occurred at that time. So we wanted to know how relevant is that timestamp to when the query happened.
All right, give me 1 minute. So you heard that.
Yep.
The tools for everyone else that needs Ian's brain to help us solve our digital forensic investigations. All right, Ian, you ready for some questions?
I am. Go for it.
And then we'll have some fun at the end too. All right, why were you brought into this case?
Okay. So I initially got involved in this case after a true crime podcaster contacted Cellebrite asking for clarification because of some things that he'd seen in other people's blogs, some things that had been tweeted related to an artifact that Physical Analyzer had passed. Basically, police had obviously extracted a bunch of phones at the time of John's death, done their own analysis, including the analysis of a witness's device, which was written off at the time as not containing anything relevant to the case. About a year later, defense experts took that same extraction and ran it through Physical Analyzer as well, and now found a timestamp which they thought was a smoking gun. The timestamp itself was related to a Google search, the infamous Google search, "How long to die in the cold," which is an obvious misspelling of the term "how long to die in the cold." I'll say that this search had actually been found initially by police using Physical Analyzer 752, but at that time, the timestamp attached to it was around 6:23
lie.
after John's body had been found, and therefore deemed not evidentially significant. However, when the expert for the defense took the same data, they used a newer version of Physical Analyzer. This newer version had additional support. Obviously, we always add support for new artifacts as time goes on. And this new artifact support for a database called Browser State gave a timestamp of 2:27 a.m. For that same Google search. And that's important. 2:27 is a really important time because that would mean that this is around 3.5, 4 hours before John's body was found, implying that somebody had some knowledge that he was outside dying in the cold.
Yeah,
Is to dump it back
exactly.
into the
So there you go. He says in court on the stand that Richard Green contacted him,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And he says in this video right here on the official Cellebrite, whatever, video page or whatever the hell they are, damage control page, that he was contacted by a true crime podcaster.
Yep.
I mean, so which is it, Ian?
Right. Like that.
And I'm sorry. And then
No, go ahead.
I think this is also in dispute as he goes on. He says police originally found this search. I don't think that's true either.
No, because even then, didn't he say the defense found it as the smoking gun?
Yes. Yeah. No, police did not find that.
Yeah,
They didn't find anything in this case. What are you talking about, buddy?
Right.
So
Wow.
and this happens a bunch of times with him, but you know, that's the first one that I wanted to show. I knew I had the clips. I just had to go back and look for them.
Yeah, well, stop me as the trial goes on when you catch these, because I, like I said, having never seen the first trial before, I haven't seen any of his testimony. It's probably one of the only testimonies besides like the small, insignificant testimonies that are like 20 minutes long that I haven't at least seen clips of. I don't think I've ever seen even a clip from his first trial testimony. And I was literally shocked to hear one of the very first things he says is like blatantly says, "Hey, they came to me to find an out for this damning fact."
Yeah. That's why they hired him. But for no other reason but to come in and try to, quote unquote, make sense of the 227 Google search. And I'm sure if he had just, had just found it was true and it actually did happen like that, he would have came in and said the same thing. Sure, he would have. Okay, yeah, right.
Right. No,
so he's lying, blatantly lying. So if he's lying about this, what else is he lying about?
exactly.
Because we just heard him lie. I mean, did we not?
Yes. He lied. I mean, one way or another, he's lying. I mean, you just heard him spit two different things. So,
Yeah.
And once a liar, you can't trust anything they say.
No. Well, your credibility shot. Why, if you're lying about how you were, contacted, why you were contacted about this case, like, why should we believe anything else? I mean, right off the bat, you're lying.
It makes me wonder too, like, I wonder if Lally told him how to answer that question. Because let's say he had asked that question and he answered it. Yeah, you true crime YouTuber, reached out to me. What do you think that says in the court? Like why he's there testifying if that's the reason he came into it? Like I don't know if I'm overthinking that part, but like if that part is the truth, then you wonder, okay, which one was it? Are they thinking like, because they sure threw Turtle Boy in a Lucky Loughran's face,
Yeah.
I just wondered with them already having a supposed YouTuber / journalist to I don't even know the word, but to weaponize against a witness like Lucky. I wonder if Lally was afraid that, you know, maybe the defense would try and use that same tactic on them to see, like, say this was an anti-Karen Reed person who reached out to him. You know what you kind of get where I'm saying, what I'm saying with that? I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it you know,
they didn't want their own tactics used against them. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But they screwed themselves so many times. At the end, they were just exposed. So
Yeah.
From Whiffin, whatever he says in the first trial, says to Brennan in the second trial, and then goes on his Cellebrite video to basically contradict all the shit he said in either trial is pretty crazy. I mean, does he not think people are going to watch these things and like?
And it really, the fact that they didn't foresee this, like, literally going viral to all the people that watched this case and thought this was a bunch of bullshit, that interview wouldn't go viral and be dissected, down to his statements. Like, that was a missed opportunity by them, because they sit here and use this as propaganda for their website, or, like you said, damage control, and yet it really made it worse.
Well, the absolute craziest thing about that Cellebrite video was when this chick, this fangirl, goes to Whiffin and goes, well, how did you feel when you were basically vindicated by Karen Reed when she said, we're not going to call any of our own experts, namely Richard Green, because you're correct. And that is not what she said. I mean, you're sitting there like lying to the people watching this video that's what she was saying. What she was saying is, he basically did our job for us. We don't need to call Richard Green. That's what she was saying. She didn't say he was right. That's a ridiculous thing to say. And like, she just sat there and like had no problem saying it. And he fed into it. He's like, yeah, that was pretty good. I felt good that I was vindicated. Like, dude, that's not what she said. It's a lie. You just lied to your audience blatantly.
And that's how all the anti-Karen Reed took that statement the wrong way. Like, they they just did not want to see the fact that Ian Whiffin made their case, that taking away in the second trial, taking away the timestamps is not proving that, like, I specifically, I think I remember Alan Jackson asking him, like, you can't say definitively that this didn't happen at 2:27, right?
Right.
And he can't say that. Taking away this timestamps, all it does is try to give their case a reasonable doubt in a way that it could have happened at 6 and not 2:22. But really, all you did was rewrite a program that took away the timestamps. And in every other case, as people in the chat, and we all know, in every other case, timestamps are like what they go to for Google searches and for evidence. This is the only case where timestamps all of a sudden are an issue.
Yeah, people are convicted on a daily basis using this program and using these timestamps. But in this one, it was a problem. There was a thing. Sorry, we didn't mean it. We fixed it.
The fact that he had to write an entire program to make that evidence.
To get rid of it.
Yes,
to get rid of it.
To make it disappear.
Yep. And then I also have clips of Lana just the other day going along with this, saying there was a glitch in the system. She's basically become a full-blown anti-Karen Reed person while claiming she's still a supporter somehow. I have no idea.
That girl is nuts.
Yeah, she is. She absolutely is. But, She so packs the stupidity levels you would have to reach to listen to her is astounding to me. That's why I find her. That's why I find her interesting, because like she doesn't have 2,000 followers. She's got 70,000.
I don't get that. When I found out who she was, and I started hearing about, you know, her thinking that Chris Watts was innocent, and then Brian Koberger was innocent. I'm like, what?
Yeah, Brian Laundrie was a victim of domestic abuse by Gabby
Oh my
Petito.
God.
Yeah,
I can't even
it's
like
the
I
most
can't even
egregious, awful shit you could ever imagine. And there's an audience for it, and she tapped into that audience, and it's disgusting. But whatever.
Yeah. Ugh.
Anyways.
I just Linda's comment has made me laugh. It says Lally probably lives in the community and didn't want his car plowed in from being mean to Lucky.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I talked about this the other day. Like, the one person that is going to notice a car on the road, because I used to live, the prior place I lived in before I lived at now, had a very like strict, same as that, like your car is going to get towed if you park on in the road in the street during a snowstorm here. So so the person that is going to notice a car on the road is the plow driver, the one that comes through knowing that these people will get fined or a ticket or the car towed if they park in the street during a snowstorm. They're the ones that are going to notice the cars that are parked in the street. And for them not to go after and search Lucky out, because it's my understanding in the first trial that it was Aiden who reached out to him, right? That they didn't want to research the whole Ford Edge thing.
Yes, that's right.
That's what I thought. Okay. So, and for them to say it's not credible is beyond ridiculous, because in any other case, you know, that's the first thing they would have done. It's going to the plow driver. Did you see this car on the road that night? I mean, it's common sense that would be the first person that would see a car that shouldn't have been on the road or parked on the street that night, and they would always consider it credible. The only reason they didn't want to say it was credible is because of the kind of car that he saw. If he had seen a car that none of the McAlberts owned, you bet your ass they would have used it. Let's say he saw a Lexus SUV at that, just saying. They sure as hell would have used it or went and interviewed him and thought it was credible, as long as it didn't implicate the McAlberts. Lucky's brother is on the select board and is a retired Canton cop, yet says nothing. Thanks, bro. Wow, I didn't know that either. Insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. But all they could talk about with the Lucky Lofgren thing was not like how important his observations were or his testimony. Is the Turtle Boy tape you? Did he record you? Because that's wiretapping. That's all they were interested in. Nothing else.
Exactly. Karen was was iron, I don't know that word, sorry. And the anti didn't understand, but hey, not in comments. Yeah. Like it says, like 2 weeks ago, I watched the weather you had. That is the kind of snowstorm I thought Lally talked about. Yes. The amount of snow. And I say this we make fun of like Lally watching this trial, every witness. Like, are you going to ask them if it snowed? Did it snow? Like, just making fun. Be like, oh, wait, did you ask him if it snowed? Like, he talks about the snow, and every witness he asks specifically about the snow makes it seem like there was just a shit ton of snow on the ground. And as I know, most of you like me follow Emily C. She just happened to take a video that morning showing exactly what snow was on the ground at 6:30 in the morning, which was like 2 inches. It was nothing compared to what they kept trying to show. And that ridiculous picture that Lally keeps using in the trial that has a completely skewed point of view of that yard, how small it is. That picture they constantly use is over and over and over again, makes that yard look like it's huge. Like, this is why they you know, these people coming out the door didn't see John on the lawn, is because this yard is huge. It would be easy to miss. But in reality, that yard is tiny. FBI and Karen's PI talked to Lucky before Aiden did. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Karen gave Aiden that bit of information. And that's how Aiden reached out. I remember that now. Thank you, James. Did you guys see from the sidebars, Bev apparently told Lally no more pics of snow or about the waterfall interior? No, I didn't see that. I'm not watching the sidebars because I haven't seen the first trial. So I wanted to actually watch the trial first before I watch the sidebars. So that's where I'm at. But it's interesting. Did you know that, Kazi? Are you watching the sidebars at all?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Not a lot of them, no.
Gotcha. Because apparently Bev actually told Lally no more pics of snow.
Well, she did that in open court. She didn't. She
did?
Yeah. She was like, enough. She's like, enough with the snow already at some point. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't hit that point yet. So I'm surprised. Wow. I'm surprised she actually did that. I'll be honest.
She did.
Because,
yeah.
I mean,
she got tired of it.
Yeah. I mean, because it's really he's trying, you can see what he's doing with it. He is trying to show the jury that snow that wasn't there at the time they're talking about. All these pictures of the snow are from way after. There was only 2 to 3 inches of snow in the body was. That's what I thought, 2 to 3 inches. Oh, no. So that's okay, Linda. Oh, yeah. I'm definitely because I did watch the very first one with that Corey Hopkins did with Emily C. It was really cute the way they're doing them. So I'm really anxious to watch them. But I realized they don't make any sense to me because I haven't seen the first trial, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, because I really need to see the trial in its entirety. She told him to stop being repetitive at sidebar before telling him to stop in open court. Oh, wow. So she had to tell him twice. Now, that is definitely a shocker because,
Yeah, that may be because I haven't been keeping up with the sidebars, but I know she did say it in open court. So maybe she had to tell him multiple times.
And that's what I'm saying. It's very surprising because she barely ever did anything against Lally. And she didn't do anything against Brennan. She let Brennan run that entire courtroom.
Yeah, well, the fix is in at that point. I mean, just get the conviction, would you? Get the conviction.
She wanted more White Claws. She just wanted to get out of there and have a White Claw.
Yeah. Yeah, and Brennan did a shittier job than Lally in the end.
Oh yeah, he did.
But people like Kate will tell you he's an excellent attorney, world class. Are you kidding me, lady?
Did you watch? Were you here the other day when we went over that DePipi interview?
No, I try not to watch because he's a cartoon character. He's not even a real person.
Oh my God. He was going on and on about how Brennan did an amazing job and how the Karen Reed supporters are, biting their nails because they know it's over for Karen Reed. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
They kept saying that. They kept saying that, and they kept saying that. And it never happened, did it?
No.
And they're still talking about the trial like there's still jeopardy attached or something. You know what I mean? Like still arguing the points of the criminal trial. It's over.
Right.
It's over, people. Do you understand?
They don't want it to be, and somehow in their heads they don't think it is. It's like she's not ever going to be convicted of a crime in this
No.
thing. She got an OUI and out the door she went. Never again is she going back to court over this shit. Besides for money, that's all they can
Right.
take from her is money.
Right. That's it. That's it.
Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, Malin. Newsflash: Karen Reed was freed.
Yeah, a while ago.
Yep.
In what was it? June or July? June 18th? Was it June 18th? Or
Yeah,
July?
it was June. I think it was June.
June 18th. Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's been a while, guys. I mean, move on.
Yeah. I mean, got it. Now it's
I mean-
already almost the end of March. It's almost been a year.
Now they're all trying to hate on Kelsey Fitzsimmons, all the same players. It's
Oh, God.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Well, I don't know what these people have for these incompetent, corrupt Massachusetts police that it's like they don't care. And this is where, as I think you know, is that my channel was, I wanted my channel to go besides true crime. My passion is in psychology, and I was working on a video specifically regarding group thinking in the Karen Reed and / anti-Karen Reed, and how these people end up in groups that literally believe things that defy common sense, defy their own eyes. Like, and this is why I'm watching the entire first trial, is because I truly couldn't get a grasp of where it all started unless I watched it from the beginning. And I definitely am learning a lot, because there is quite a bit of difference from trial 1 to trial 2. So but that goes, and I can't wait to finish that video. I'm very excited about it. But as I was doing it, I kept going down rabbit holes of things from the first trial that I didn't know. And I thought, okay, stop now, start over, start from the beginning of this, watch it. And then I can truly see where these people started and what could have led to these people just believing this shit that I just don't understand how anyone could believe. But there are lots of people out there, unfortunately, that fall into group thinking and fall into believing authority at all costs. Like I went over the Milgram experiment, and if you know anything about these kind of experiments in psychology, it just goes to show you that it's, you know, there are so many things that can't be explained when it comes to these kind of things, and the mind and the way people believe things and the way people behave in certain environments. And it just, I think eyes need to be opened sometimes to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm almost finished with my psych degree.
Oh yeah? Oh, how exciting!
Yeah, I never really say anything because, you know, whatever. I haven't graduated yet, but I'm a psych major.
That's awesome.
And I got about, I don't know, a little under a year left. So.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, the Milgram experiment. I know, you know, about that and many others.
Did you learn about the Ash conformity experiment? Because that's another one that really plays a role in this anti.
We covered some of that in one of my my earlier. I don't remember the ins and outs of it, but I remember the name.
It's the one where they have the 3 lines, and they are all like, there's different variations of the experiment, but basically one is they're all the same size, and they have the experimenters have what they call Confederates who are in on the experiment, and then you have your participants. And so what they do is they put these 3 lines in front of you know, the group of people, and the Confederates answer first, and they all say, oh, line A is the longest, and then the next person who's also a Confederate and a couple people will all say A, and then comes a participant who's like, they're all the same in their head. They're like, wait a minute, they're all the same size, but the 3 people before them all said that line A is the longest. So, and there's different reasons why most of the time that participant is going to agree with the majority, even though it's defying what they're seeing with their own eyes.
Yeah. I remember something about that. It's it's like how you perceive things type.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and why you perceive them like that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And whether it means more to fit in with the group, or if you can handle being independent and admitting to what you see versus what they say they see. It's very this stuff fascinates me. So I get really passionate about it. Sorry.
Yeah, no, me too. It's super interesting.
Malin says, I'm loving his progress with you, Kazi, about your lovely Brando. It says, speaks to what a wonderful person you are. He has come so far in a short amount of time.
Yeah, can you guys see him?
Yeah, a little bit. When you pet him, we can kind of see the top of him.
Yeah.
He's such a cutie.
He's burrowed into me here. My leg. He's kind of got his head buried in my leg here, but yeah, there he is. You can see him a little bit.
Virtual Juror says, congrats, Kazi. Welcome to the Psych Degree Club.
Yeah, the Psych Degree Club, no matter how long it takes, right? Get there sooner or later.
I just told this to someone else. I can't remember who it was. And I said, you're never too old. You're never too old for education. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I did half of my degree in the 90s at Worcester State. And then I was like, if I can ever go back and finish it, I will. So that's what I've been doing the last 2 years. So
that's amazing.
But I'm not overloading myself with courses. I'm only taking 2 at a time.
Yeah, it's not easy, especially like the older you get. The courses aren't as, like it depends on how much time you have, and with your YouTube channel, and I don't even know if you work, another job. It's very time consuming.
It is very time consuming. And I'm off for about another month and a half, and then I got to go back to work. But yeah, I'm off for the winter, so.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, you got to enjoy it while you can then. And I just have to say, Linda says Scarlet and CossyG should do a psych theme stream, and I would love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We could have fun.
I've written hundreds of papers, literally hundreds of papers. Yeah.
I still have a box of papers I did from college way back when. Wow, I should dig them out. When I went into my psych, when I went into my undergrad, I wasn't sure what I truly wanted to do with it. But as I got closer to graduation and was looking at, getting my master's, I focused more on research. That's why I'm so into like these old school experiments and stuff. I even got to publish and did my own research. It was that's where my heart lied. And then unfortunately, I realized too late that most research positions that I would have enjoyed required a doctorate. And by that time I was married and had a son, and going back to get my doctorate just wasn't an option.
Yeah, it's tough, right?
Yeah.
Life gets in the way of doing that stuff,
Yeah. And it costs a fortune to go to grad school. I mean, you think undergrad's expensive, graduate school is, it's even worse.
Yeah, it is super expensive.
Yeah, we can see him now. We can see his face. And Linda says, "Aw, he looks so fluffy." He's such a cutie.
He's a fluffer.
Yeah. All right, so let's get back to Ian Whiffin. Let's see. Stop me at any time if you catch anything that obviously contradicts any of his other testimony.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's another term in there as far as a SQLite database. If you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training.
Yeah, a SQLite database, essentially, it's a series of tables. It's a way for data to be stored, again, in a meaningful, organized fashion that can be queried, can be examined, can be filtered, searched, etc. It can be useful for anybody who wants to get data from an organized file.
Now, with reference to the searches that you observed within this particular web history, what, if any, relationship did the contiguous identifiers, sort of the range, what if anything, did that tell you?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
What, if any, observations did you make as far as those contiguous identifiers in the range they have in relation to the web history that you observed?
Okay, so within the history.db file, there were no missing numbers from the beginning of January, essentially, until early February. That told me as an examiner that no records have been deleted during that time.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
If I could ask.
That one back.
Everyone
Thank you.
recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to?
This is the browser state record, which identified a search at 2:27:40 a.m.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost. We have no objection. Counselor, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as an exhibit?
It is, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury, looking at it in this exhibit, what any information you're able to sort of glean as a forensic examiner with relation.
Okay, so this is a searched item exhibit. It's technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device. So we found what we consider a web history record. So a web history record would just mean we have a URL that was visited and potentially a timestamp and a title. Searched items looks at all of the web history items that we found and tries to identify were these actually searches that were conducted. So for example, if you were to do a search on Google, you'd see that the website that you're taken to is google.com query, and then it contains the query string that you've typed in. We extract that information, we extract that query and provide it to the user as a searched item. In this case, I can see that it came from the browser state.db WAL file. The search query itself was hoslong to dying cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
Now, with respect, I think you've used a couple of different terms within that as far as a knowledge C database. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
I don't recall saying knowledge C, but I can explain what knowledge C is in this case. Yes, the knowledge C database is at the heart of iOS. It stores lots of information about the activity on the device at any given time. Things like when the backlight's turned on, when the device is unlocked, what application is in focus at the time and how long it's in focus for. And important to this case, which website's on screen at any given time as well.
When you say when a website is in focus, can you expound upon that as far as what exactly do you mean by when you say in focus?
So in terms of iOS itself, when it's in focus, it would be the primary item that's visible on screen. So with iOS, you can have applications in the background that you aren't using, but the one that you are currently using is considered in focus, taking up the entire screen.
I believe you had used the term as far as the browser state DB, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it relates to it?
Browser state DB is just the name of the database, the name that Apple gave it. It's gone through some changes over the last few years. For example, in iOS 14, it did store the state of the tabs that were open within a browser. In iOS 15, there was a significant change, and the only time that records were written to the database is when the tab was closed. So a significant difference in that it doesn't show you what's currently open, it only shows you what's previously been closed.
Now, this search here, what, if anything, did you observe as far as this record in relation to the history DB related to the search?
This record is not mentioned at all within the history.db database.
And what, if any, missing records from this time frame did you observe
There were no missing records in the history.db database. Within this time frame, within the browser state database, there were 3 deleted records.
When you say deleted records as far as the Cellebrite's tool is concerned, what exactly does deleted mean?
These are records that have been deleted, not necessarily by the user, potentially by the system, but they are considered deleted records that we're able to recover.
What are some of the ways that something might be
Such bullshit.
I was just going to say how funny he had to add that in right there.
Our tool is designed as a forensic tool. It's not going to edit, delete, or affect the data in any way, just present what is in the extraction. But there are multiple times on an iOS device or an Android device where cleanup essentially happens, and we start to lose data after a certain amount of time.
Now, with respect, let me just ask this for a moment.
Which doesn't happen.
Cellebrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic?
No, I mean, they always say,
Cellebrite Physical Analyzer has been...
They always say that, like, nothing ever totally gets scrubbed from your phone unless you like literally reset your phone like 10 times in a row. So even if it's technically deleted off your phone, that it's still retrievable from what
it's never really gone. There's search histories and, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, according to Whiffin, you know, hey, this is the one time that, you know.
See. And Linda, I'm jealous, although she says in Sweden, most of our PhD programs are paid positions. Just saying, but they are really hard to get into. Man, I wish they did stuff like that here. I mean, your college education is getting more expensive and less need. Like as the years go by here, most people, not most, but a lot of people are foregoing a college education compared to 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's not the same, and it just costs way too much money.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And entry-level people can get the jobs that, that people with degrees can get. So why do it?
Yeah, exactly. Why put yourself in debt?
For approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an old version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they.
Let me back. Which part, Linda? Was it about the deleting?
Has been.
Let's see. Let me go back a minute.
Now, with respect, let me just ask this for a moment. With respect to Cellebrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes. So Cellebrite Physical Analyzer has been available for.
Yeah, TBJ, and break your SIM card and throw it away on a military base, right?
Yeah, or you could do that. Yeah, I guess.
Oh boy. No, you're good, Linda. I don't tell anybody to shut their mouth. And what I say every day someone apologizes for sidetracking me or getting me off the topic, and I tell everybody, do not apologize. This is my channel that we start with the topic, and wherever it leads us, it leads us. It never apologize. Steven says this guy is glowy, has MI5, yeah, ties. For that reason alone, I don't believe a word that he says or trust him. Afternoon, everyone. Hey, Steven, how are you?
Approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an old version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that's been done, so we now learn new things, and we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
Now, with respect to your work in this field, what, if any, tools have you designed or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years, since being an examiner myself and struggling to pass any particular application that I needed. So I started to write my own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
And could you just say the name?
Artex, A-R-T-E-X.
Now, with
You gotta get that right.
Depicted in the exhibit up on the screen.
Yeah.
What are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Oh, the record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that kind of record can be deleted by the user. And I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
And what are those 2 ways?
The user has the option to selectively delete history items. So you can delete either one at a time, or the entire day's content, or the last 2 days' content. Or you can delete all content altogether. If all content had been deleted, we wouldn't have found any information on this phone at all related to web history. So I was able to discount that one quite quickly.
And I guess alluding to what you just said, why is it that you don't believe that either of those 2 methods of user deletion occurred in this context?
I'm sorry?
I said projection may be approached.
Okay.
Mr. Whiffin, moving on from that for a moment, may I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
That document I've just handed you, Mr. Whiffin, you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to?
It's a document that highlights both the search terms that were found in mobile Safari.plist and the method of searching.
May I approach again, John?
Yes.
I'm off the seat to introduce you as the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
Mr. Whiffin, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
You did use a term in there, I believe, called a key list. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about?
Yeah, so a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And sir, if you could, again, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to explain sort of what we're looking at and what anything is significant to observe this particular slide or table.
Yeah, so again, this is a table I created from the data within the mobile Safari.p list. The term shown down the left is what the user would have typed in to the search bar. Sorry, I keep blinding somebody. The search bar in the bottom of the Safari browser window. The UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the P list. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Canton.
Now, aside from this just for a moment, with regard to, you're familiar with what's termed as a private browsing mode?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to this?
Yeah, so private browsing mode is a setting that you can set on iOS devices, or primarily most devices, that prevents any of your browsing activity being recorded. So it won't save the searches, it won't save the navigations, it protects everything so that it can't be found later on.
And what, if any, relation did that have to what your analysis of the extraction of this?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
So is it your opinion that they were not conducted in any kind of private browsing mode?
Correct.
Now, you're also familiar with the term as far as failure to load?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury and how that applies to this?
Yeah, so obviously whenever you try to visit a web page, there's a stream of information coming from the web to the device, which then renders onto the screen. At the completion of the load event, there's a function effectively which runs, and that records the visit to the history database. If for some reason the page doesn't load and it shows up with an unable to load message, so for example you don't have an internet connection at all, that unable to load will be recorded. If, however, the device stalls and it just sits kind of waiting to load, nothing gets written to the history database. And if you were to close the browsing window prior to the page completing its load event, nothing will be written to history.
Would that be written to somewhere else within the phone as far as any other storage areas?
Technically, the only place I found would be the browser state.
Now, with regard to the key list files, does the key list file save all sort of history items or not?
Primarily, it's used to save preferences. So you'd have a lot of information in there if it's using light mode or dark mode, or when you want tabs to auto clear, that kind of information. But it also records several days' history of searches. The actual number of days searches, I actually don't know.
And what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to the search bar that's located on the bottom of this table?
In order for the search item to be saved to the mobile Safari P list, you need to actually type into this particular search bar. If you were to just visit google.com and start typing into the Google search bar, it will not be recorded within the mobile Safari.p list.
And so what, if anything, were you able to determine about those two searches with regards to what you observed here?
So these particular two searches were conducted at 6:23:51 and 6:24:18 respectively. They were searched using the search bar that's built into Safari. The fact that they didn't exist within HistoryDB and that there were no deleted records from history.db leads me to believe that they never successfully loaded.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
That new document that I just handed you, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the additional, the items from the history.db, I believe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay. Could you bring it?
May I return to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, if you could just repeat exactly what that is in the next exhibit.
Yeah, sorry, it's a comparison between the search terms found in the P list, so the mobile Safari P list, and the search terms found within the history.db database.
So the items contained within this table are items that were contained in the extraction that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, the court's vision, if I could display that for the jury.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury what we're looking at in this table and what, if anything, is significant between sort of the two sources of information.
Okay, so the first list, the P list term, shows the term within the mobile Safari.p list, excluding the two that we've already mentioned, which are of note. And the first timestamp column shows the timestamp according to that P list. The history item shows the search term as recorded in the history database. And then we have the timestamp as per the history database. So the purpose of this document was to show that we have a search for raining men and a history item related to the Google search for raining men, and they show within a second of each other. Again, the next one down, Antoinette and basketball, and the associated Google search. And again, the timestamps are within a second. This list was non-exhaustive. There was hundreds of examples within the history.db, but limited examples within the mobile Safari P list. And as I mentioned, the two searches of interest, the how long to die in the kitty and how long to die in the cold, didn't exist within the history DB at all.
No, you got it, Moni.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a little bit now about the browser state DB. Again, can you explain to the jury?
Which is why this is just bullshit.
If at all, it plays a role in your analysis.
Yep. So initially, pre and including iOS 14, the browser state database would show all tabs that you currently had opened. So as soon as I go into my browser and open a new tab, a record is created. It includes information such as the time that I opened the tab or the time I last viewed the tab, the current URL which is being displayed within that tab. It shows information whether it's in private browsing mode or not. So in that kind of case, in iOS 14 and below, we're able to see current private browsing records. And
Virtual Juror and I had the same exact words to that.
But in iOS 15, things changed. The record was no longer written as soon as the tab was opened. It was only opened when the tab was closed. Sorry, the record was only created when the tab was closed. That meant that our ability to recover that kind of history was significantly lower. It means that it no longer makes use of the private browsing field, because now private browsing records simply are never written to that database. So now we can only really see a list of all of the tabs that have been closed, not which are currently open.
Now, with regard to the browser state DB, is there something referred to as a last view timestamp?
There is, yes. That's one of the fields within the database.
And can you explain specifically with relation to that field for what kind of information is kept there and what it means?
Yeah, so from my research based on this, that timestamp relates to the time that the tab took focus. So that's either when the user creates the brand new tab, when they switch between tabs and bring a tab back into focus, when they close a tab, which automatically brings one of the background tabs into focus, or if Safari has been completely closed and reopened, that essentially acts like almost a new tab, and the timestamp gets updated at that point.
Can you explain how an earlier timestamp could be associated from, say, tab is open, something is done, tab is closed, tab is reopened, something else is done? How that earlier timestamp could then be associated data-wise with the subsequent search?
I think I followed that. Okay, so if, for example, at 12 p.m. I create a new tab, I can do a search for whatever I want, and at that point, if I close the tab, then the record that gets created will show that I opened a tab at 12 p.m. and I did a search. Excuse me. However, if I open the same tab at 12 p.m., do a search, close it, like completely close down Safari and reopen Safari, that would also update the same timestamp to show that I opened it up again.
Wait,
what I meant to say at that point is
doesn't that right there contradict what he said a few minutes ago about how the phone literally records everything you do, including like the light, you turn on the light, or you change your background, or you open and close an app? If you open Safari and then open a tab and then close Safari, even though you don't close out your tab, it's still going to record that you've opened Safari again and opened that tab. Like, how that
Right.
What he's saying defies everything that he was just saying about what Apple records.
Yeah, he's adding red herrings into the conversation. Like, it's like a trial of misdirection, you know?
Yeah.
The whole thing.
Oh my God.
if I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari. I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today, and it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
All right. I think this is a good place to take our break. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr.
Need the White Claw.
You are, Mayor Approach.
Yes.
Start showing you another document. Do you
Thank
recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the entire Google URL that was found on the browser state record. So broken down into each of its important sections.
Mayor Approach, Daniel.
Yes.
I'm going to take this through the next exhibit.
Okay.
Same objection as before.
Okay, there are a couple of different objections. I need to see if I don't know what you're talking about.
You are unmuted.
That will be the next exhibit.
And Mr. Whiffin, what's up on the screen now is that what you have for you at exhibit 618?
It is, yes.
And if you could again, you can wave the pointer, direct your attention to what are we looking at in exhibit 618?
Okay, so the left side of the table is the entire URL that was recovered from the browser state record. What I've done is broken it down into each of its individual components and explained what each of those components means. So the very first row is google.com/search. That just tells the browser that we're going to the Google website and that we want to run a search. The second part, the Q equals, is telling the browser what the query term is. So the query term here is "host long to dying cold." The little plus symbols in between is in place of a space because spaces can't be part of a URL. Next, we have the input encoding, and the output encoding just explains what kind of characters to use and what language to use when you're accepting the search query and giving it back to the user. And finally, the important part is the and client equals Safari. This is something that just tells Google that this query is being done using the Safari client. Again, if I was to use Safari and just visit the Google webpage and type that in, or type a search in, that part of the string wouldn't be there. That's only there because I used the Safari search bar as part of the Safari application
Jordan,
to
I'm glad
do that search.
you came. Thank you.
Thanks, so Ms. Gilman, you can take that one. Now, sir, with reference to that, what if any relationship does that have to the information you were discussing just prior to the break?
Again, that confirms that this search was conducted via the Safari search bar feature that's part of the Safari browser application, the same one that caused the records to be recorded in the plist.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Give another document.
Moni.
Have, sir.
Maybe you have to squeeze
I
in
do,
a
yes.
standing bed
And where do you
break.
recognize that?
This is the live records from the browser state.db database.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce the no objection.
Hi, thank you.
And Mr. Whiffin, do you recognize what's up on the screen now is what you have before you as exhibit 619?
I do, yes.
Now, turning back to the browser DB database for this particular
Might be a safe bet, Moni.
with regard to the timestamp in the last view, what, if anything, do you observe in reference to that depicted in this and could you direct the jury's attention to?
Yeah, so this timestamp is the last viewed time according to the database itself. It's already been offset so that it's in local time. This particular table, we can see there are records missing. Between records 4025 and 4031, we have, 4025 and 4031, we have 4026, 27, 28, 29, and 30 missing. And typically the timestamps that we do have here, some of them are separated by as little as a second or two.
Now, with reference to the house long to die in cold, that was record 4028, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so based on records missing from this portion of the phone as far as that database, what then can you be able to do with respect to ascertaining why?
So first of all, the task was to try to recover the deleted messages. The deleted history records from browser state. So first of all, I was reading the deleted pages, essentially, to find the records that have been deleted from this current version of the page.
May I approach Andrew?
Yes.
Did he find deleted messages he's not supposed to talk about? Hmm?
So one document. That document.
Yes,
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This is the same data source. So it's still browser state.db, but now looking at it with the unique recovered records.
And what is that last term that you use? What does that mean? I'm sorry.
So typically there can be lots of different versions of a page within a WAL file. So you may have several page ones, several page twos, and so on. What I looked at is doing is recovering the data where the records that I recover are different from each other. So if I recover the same record multiple times, I can ignore it. But if I recover the same record with a slight change, then I would show it in this view.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'll take you to introduce him in
You feel his farm girl?
Again, Mr. Whiffin, if you could, please raise a pointer to find help with direct jury's attention to what are we looking at here and what, if anything, did you uncover during this portion of your analysis?
Yes. So again, the very first column on the left is the unique identifying number. You'll notice that there are some numbers here which are repeated. This is, as I said, because the records are recovered from multiple versions of the same page.
Right,
There was
that's where
actually
my mind
16
goes.
versions of this record across 23 different
CJ,
versions of this particular page.
seriously.
These three had
It's
some
actually
difference.
said
Primarily,
that.
it was what's called the tab order field, but that's the only difference that showed up across these three Host Long to Die in the Cold records. All the rest show the same URL, the same ID number at the beginning, or tab ID number, and the same timestamp. Worth noting, there is no title shown in this particular record. Again, that speaks to the fact that this page didn't successfully complete loading. Otherwise, there would be a title of Google search, Host Long to Die in the Cold, as you saw on some of the other examples earlier.
Now, sir, with respect to the table up here, is there any indication in regard to private browsing that you were talking about before?
No, in iOS 15, as I mentioned, if you are using private browsing mode, there is no records recorded in this database at all.
So the fact that
Okay,
in
Cossy.
this table, what if anything does that tell you?
Everything that was recorded in this database was conducted not in private browsing mode.
Now, with respect to your work within your field, are you familiar with a term called session?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it applies to this specific instance?
Essentially, the life of the particular tab. So when I start a tab and I start to use navigation, I go to different websites. All of my navigation events would be considered part of the same browsing session, essentially.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the Knowledge C database for a moment. And again, if you could, maybe repeating this, as far as, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is the Knowledge C database in respect to the other databases you've been talking about?
Yeah, so far, the bulk of what we've discussed, the history.db, the browser state DB, and mobile Safari.plist are all particular to the Safari application on iOS. Knowledge C is much more global. It's much more ingrained within iOS. Everything is essentially recorded in there on iOS 15. So again, backlight activity, unlock activity, application state activity, and web usage activity is all recorded as part of Knowledge C.
May I approach you, John?
Yes. I'm definitely interested in getting to his cross-examination, which, let's see how far we got.
Yes.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This is a document I created based on the Knowledge C web usage records.
May I approach John?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce and exhibit. No objection.
Thank you.
Sir, again, what's up on the
Well,
screen?
his cross-examination isn't very long.
I do, yes.
And if you could,
Wow.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down.
Still got about 30 minutes of direct.
Now, if you could, sir, again, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury. Well, first, can I ask you, what is it that we're looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, this is a particular what's called a stream within Knowledge C. A stream is basically all like information being grouped together. So in this particular case, the stream is related to Safari. And it's telling us what web page was visible on screen,
I know exactly what
time
you
it
mean,
started and
Linda.
what time it finished.
Now, with respect to
I talk about how I am a visual learner.
that are highlighted in blue, is that correct?
Correct.
You explained to the jury what
100%.
highlighted in green represents.
You can't just show
I
this shit
highlighted the sections in green due to their
speak in a
timestamp.
foreign
So
language,
typically these
basically.
items
I
last
can't.
between
That's why I
2:27:37 a.m.
constantly ask
and
you guys, am I understanding
2:27:53
this
a.m.
right?
So around the time
And it
of
takes
the
a
Google
lot
search,
for me to
if you were to
grasp
believe the browser
this
state.
stuff.
And with respect to the items highlighted in blue, what if any, what are those?
The ones in blue are the actual Knowledge C records that show when the Host Long to Die in the Cold and the How Long to Die in the CossyG web pages were actually visible on screen.
And so from this, what if anything were you able to ascertain as to the searches or the time associated with the searches from your analysis here?
At 2:27:40, the only websites that were visible on screen were related to Ozone Basketball and Hockomock Sports, and that the How Long to Die in the CossyG first appeared on screen at 6:23:56, and Host Long to Die in Cold first appeared on the screen at 10:33 a.m.
So those two searches from your review of this abstraction of this device never appeared on the screen prior to 6:23 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Now, from all this, sir, what, if anything, were you able to conclude with regard to these searches?
So essentially, ignoring the browser state timestamp is important because that is not a reliable timestamp to show when that URL was visited. We have mobile Safari.plist record searches that show 623 and 624, and we show the same searches with very similar timestamps within half a second.
Every one of you for being here
as showing up on screen
every day.
in Knowledge C
I love you
for
all.
the how long to die in the Kikti. And the how long to die in the cold was actually several hours later, which took a little bit more explaining, looking at Knowledge C and when the applications were opened up.
Took a little more explaining or a little more,
around
you know,
times, were you able to ascertain as to what time
what is
this
it,
particular
program
device connected
writing?
to Wi-Fi sometime after 2 a.m.?
I actually didn't look at any Wi-Fi connection information.
To pretend
And
that didn't,
with
that
respect
wasn't
to
really
27
made
in
at
the morning,
27.
7 a.m., what were the websites that the device had visible, and what were the websites the device was connected to at that time?
So according to the Knowledge C records, which were mostly also reflected within the History DB as well, it was the Hockamock Sports, YouTube, Ozone Basketball, and that's it for the main domains.
Yeah, I felt this, his
Wi-Fi,
testimony in the
remembering
second
the
trial,
process,
I was like that.
Yeah, I don't remember looking at Wi-Fi history.
Yes.
I'm showing you a copy of your report.
Thank you.
Review that for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Do you remember refresher?
I do, yes.
The approach to retrieving?
Yes.
So, Mr. Whiffin, from your review of the extraction report in regard to this device of Mr. Case, about what time was the connected to a Wi-Fi network called in the case?
I believe it was 0207. I didn't actually remember the timestamp just then.
And with respect to the disconnection from that, do you know when that was?
I can't recall.
Your Honor, if I may approach? Yes. I think there's a time, Your Honor, may the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, if you can, from looking at your report, if you can just indicate to the jury as far as the Wi-Fi connections with.
Okay. The Wi-Fi was connected at 0212 and disconnected at 0539. There was no further Wi-Fi activity until 11 a.m.
Thank you. May I approach just retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, sir, are you familiar with something called a write-ahead log or a wall file?
I am, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it applies in this specific case.
Yes. So a write-ahead log is essentially a temporary store for database pages. When I'm talking about database pages, it's not something that the user ever sees. It's part of the structure of SQLite databases. Just as chapters in a book can span multiple pages, data in a database can span multiple pages also, and it's not necessarily in the expected order. It's up to the database application to find those pages and order them correctly in order to display the data to the user. The WAL file, on the other hand, it still contains pages, but they're organized in frames, essentially. And a frame is the same as a page, but with additional information at the top that identifies what page it is. So I mentioned earlier that it's possible to have multiple versions of the same page within the WAL file. That's because every time I write a record to the database, a new frame is created and the page is updated. So for example, if I was to have a new database, create a record, a new frame is created with page 1, and it adds my record. As soon as I add a second record to that database, a new frame is created again. So I now have frame 1 and frame 2. Both of those frames would contain a version of page 1. The first frame would contain only record 1. The second frame would contain records 1 and 2, and so on. Forensically, where it gets interesting is on the edit or deletion of a record, because the same process is applied. So now a new frame is created. The page number is the same as previously, so we'd still have a page 1. But now only the records that I don't want to delete are copied across. So I could end up in a situation where I have 4 versions of page 1. One has record 1, one has records 1 and 2, one has records 1, 2, and 3.
Okay,
but the most recent
totally
version
honest,
of the page
now I'm
only has record 1 and 3, for example. Now, a normal piece of database
I thought
software
I was getting it.
will only look
Some
for the
of it
most
I
recent
was
version of the
getting.
page, so you will
And
only see
now I'm-
records 1 and 3.
What the
The
fuck
forensic software can look at all previous versions of the page as well,
Having
and that's how we're able to
duplicate
recover
pages.
record 2 in that instance. And that's essentially how we were able to recover the browser state record from WAL.
So turning to that issue as far as deletion, what, if anything, let me ask you this first just before we leave the WAL file. So with regard to the WAL file, what, if any, relevance is there that certain data only exists
Yeah,
within the WAL?
exactly.
So again, if I create a record
I think
that's in the
that
WAL
was
and delete
Wally's
it before it gets
from the
committed,
beginning with
which
that
means when it gets merged into the main database,
opening.
then it exists only in the WAL. It could be that it's a brand new record that just hasn't been written yet, or it could be one which was deleted from the database prior to the commit occurring.
When you say commit, what exactly is, what does that mean?
Commit's a process where essentially the database looks at all of the most recent versions of each page in the WAL file, copies them out from WAL and puts it into the main database, and then deletes the WAL file altogether. So at that point, we lose the ability to recover data from WAL because the WAL doesn't exist, but we have all the most recent versions of the page.
Now, so turning to the concept of the topic of deletion of data, what, if anything, is you find with regard to deletion of data?
I agree, Linda, though. I'm going to pause it just because I have a lot to say about that. Because, I mean, even weird people, even if it's a group of weird people, it doesn't shock me or stress me out as much or whatever if they're all just weird. Okay? People can be weird, and weird people flock together sometimes. So, okay. But it's when they all do the shady shit, the crazy shady shit that normal people would never do, like ignoring that you're supposed to save your phone, and then not only just upgrading your phone and, you know, deleting everything on it, you throw away the phone, you break the SIM card, and then you drive to a fucking military base to dump it. Nobody does that, and nobody who is like of normal sound mind is going to think that looks good on you to do something like that. And then you have the repeated butt dials. I mean, I just don't even have words for that kind of bullshit. I was almost a wizard. Yeah, I was almost. I got some of it, and then I lost it. Going to read about your new mic? Okay. That's exciting. I have a mic on my Amazon wish list. And you know what? I'll forego my wish list and PayPal and buy me a copy at the moment. If you guys weren't here in the beginning, I know I shouldn't be embarrassed, but I am even embarrassed saying it. That a friend started a Give Send Go for me. I'm not going to go into the story. She wrote a beautiful thing about what I'm going through on there. That is going to be my priority right now. So, and of course, right now, just going through this trial and hanging out with you guys every day. So thank you again just for being here.
Recovering data that's been deleted from the P list is not really possible. So all we can say is if this record exists within the P list, it hasn't been deleted.
Now, same question with regard to issues of deleted data with regard to the history DB.
There was no records of any, there's no evidence of any records being deleted from history.db since early January. I think it was like the 3rd of January up to February 2nd.
And how are you able to tell that with regard to the history DB?
Again, every record is given a unique number. And there'd be a gap in that numbering system if a file or if a record had been deleted. The fact that there was no gaps indicates that nothing had been deleted.
And with regard to deletion, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain with regard to deletion versus web usage in the Knowledge C database?
Knowledge C contains such a large amount of different type of data that's always being added and deleted for various reasons, none at the discretion of the user. It's a completely system-driven event to delete information from Knowledge C. So we can't say what was deleted from Knowledge C, but we can see that during the times of Safari usage, records exist within Knowledge C that indicate, or certainly appear to indicate, that nothing was deleted.
What, if anything, were you able to find with regard to deletion in respect to the browser state DB data?
Browser state did have numerous records that had been deleted. Some we were able to recover. 3 records from browser state all had a timestamp very similar to 22740. These were 3 records that had been deleted at some point.
What are some of the options for deleting data from that particular, from the browser state?
So the first most prominent option is to delete absolutely everything from the device, or delete all history from the device, which, as I mentioned earlier, we know that didn't happen because we still have other records. So the only other real option is to delete selectively. That could mean delete one at a time, and it could mean delete either the full day, the last 2 days, or the last hour. But in all of those cases, the record must exist in history.db in order to be deleted from browser state. The fact that this record, the hoslong and the how long to down the key don't exist within the history database would mean that the user would never have the option to selectively delete that record.
May I vote, Sean?
Yes.
Thank you.
Finished.
Yes.
You recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that, sir?
So this is a list of the browser state DB records showing a red line where a record or more have been deleted.
And again, the term deleted, as far as it applies to this particular area of the database, what exactly does that mean again?
It means the record has been marked as deleted. If you were to read this database in a regular database application, you would not see it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't recover it.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off the seat.
Yeah, see? You just said, doesn't necessarily mean we can't recover it if it's deleted.
That is the question.
Again, sir, what's up on screen? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 622?
It says yes.
And if you could, please, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe this.
So again, we can use the number down the left side, which will identify the unique identifier given to each of these records. And we can see that the red line between the first two records indicates that records between 3986 and 3993 have been deleted. We can see that record 4001 is deleted. Records between 4004 and 4019 have been deleted. Record 4020 was deleted. And then finally, records between 4025 and 4031 have been deleted also.
Now, sir, as far as records 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as far as the dates and times associated with those?
Yeah, so these particular records show up at 22731 and 22733, respectively. And this matched records within Knowledge C that showed that at this particular time, when the tab took focus, that particular website was also shown visible to the user in Safari.
Now, as far as the date and time for 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the date and time for 4026? And what can you tell about that?
So 4026 was approximately a second or two after the record here, 227.33. I believe it was at 227.35. And then again, there was another record, 4027, which again was another 2 or 3 seconds after that time. So within a 9-second period between 227.31 and 227.40, there were 5 records within browser state DB that had a timestamp within that 9 seconds, all with completely different types of website, ranging from PayPal, banking, YouTube, and the host alongside the code.
Now, sir, with respect to, are you familiar with the term called spontaneous deletion?
I believe so.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
It's not a term I would use, but essentially a cleanup operation would occur on the device where it would look for orphaned records, records that are old enough to not be required anymore, and they would just be deleted by the system without any direction from the user.
Now, during the testing that occurred, your testing, which occurred with respect to this device, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to spontaneous deletion?
I wasn't able to replicate the spontaneous deletion. I was able to replicate completely orphaned records. So a record that existed in browser state without a corresponding record in history.db. And it meant that there was no way for me to delete that record manually without deleting everything from the device regarding history.
May I approach on?
Yes.
I'm showing your document. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is a report from my Artex tool showing the history database at 2139.34 on the 27th of January and 2255.09 on the 27th of January.
May I approach January?
Yes.
Almost introducing the next exhibit.
All right, so all 4 are in. Okay, so you don't need to, you already marked them?
They have nothing more.
Okay. 623.
Now, sir, with regard to this, we're looking at record number 4026. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe well.
And again, if you could direct your attention to what exactly are we looking at in this exhibit with regard to record 4026?
Yeah, so in the right column, we see the source of the information. So history.db is the database, history_visits would be the table, and then the unique identifying number of 31407 and 31408. We see that the start time, or the time that that particular website was navigated to, according to history.db, was, as I say, both on the 27th of January, one at 21:39 and 34 seconds local time, and one at 22:55:09 local time. And both of these websites are related to Hockenmock Sports. We have the URL at the top, followed by the title of the page, followed by a visit count that tells us how many times that page has been visited before.
That next document, do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the same kind of report. This is related to the YouTube record that was part of the browser state database related to It's Raining Men on YouTube.
Is that the record number 4027, is that correct?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Exhibit 624.
Your Honor, very briefly, no public sector as
Yes.
well.
Yeah, James, didn't hold on, pause it. Didn't somebody have or get Jen McCabe's Apple Health data? Didn't it show like she was up all night? Or was that a rumor? I can't remember where I heard that. It like showed she was pacing and stuff because I know they got her heart rate and that, but I swore that they also showed like her steps, and it showed that she didn't go to bed.
And sir, what's up on the screen now, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this record of 4027.
Yeah, so again, we have 5 records related to the YouTube video, It's Raining Men, starting at record 31398, 31399, 31400,
Thank you,
31401, and 31402.
Thank you, James.
These were all accessed on the afternoon of the 27th
That's
of
what I
January
thought.
2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Yes. Another document, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the same again, related to record 4029. Shows that a website was visited on the 28th of January 2021.
And you want to ask what this be marked?
Okay.
Excuse me, as the next exhibit. Sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit in regards to record 4029?
It is, yes.
And again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at.
Yeah, so this URL, cantonma.org, relates to the URL that was provided in record 4029 of the browser state database. It shows that this web page was accessed at 1 p.m. And 17 minutes and 0 seconds, and 1 p.m. 17 minutes and 8 seconds on the 28th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another document, sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Again, the same kind of report, again, this time for record 4030 from browser state, and it shows access to Ozone basketball.
And with regard to that report, as far as the same kind of report, that's from your tool, the ArtX tool, is that correct?
Correct.
And that ArtX tool, is that a widely available tool used within the field of forensic investigators?
Yeah, it's something that I say I've worked on for around 5 years. I've given it away free to the digital forensics community for 5 years. There's approximately 600 users globally, and it's taught as part of the SANS digital forensics training courses.
May I approach again, just to retrieve?
You
Your
give
Yes.
it away for free because you don't want
Yes.
people to have to test it.
Honor. Regard to this exhibit up on the screen, record 4030, again, if you could just draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this exhibit.
Yeah, so again, we have records from the history database related to Ozone basketball, and it shows that this website was accessed at 11 a.m. and 26 minutes on the 25th of January 2022.
Now, with respect to sort of the totality of your analysis, Mr. Whiffin, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to timing of the 2 searches in question with relation to what you observed in your analysis and testing of this device?
Yes. So in conclusion, I determined that the tab that was used was focused at 227.40. So the tab was opened at that time, at which point it was being used to show Ozone basketball and Hockenmock Sports websites. The 623 timestamp is when the search was first conducted. Never loaded the page, otherwise there'd be a record in the history database. And while that page was still loading, a secondary search was conducted for Hoss-Long to Die in the Cold. Again, that page never loaded either, although these both did show up in the Knowledge C database to show that the browser was trying to display these pages. Safari was closed prior to the Hoss-Long to Die in the Cold record being shown on screen at all. But when it was reopened at 10:33, in regards to whatever other Safari activity was to be conducted, it appeared on screen. So we have a 10:33 record where Hoss-Long to Die in the Cold was shown on screen, even though the page never successfully loaded.
And with respect to your analysis and your testing here, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether or not any of the data marked as deleted was actually user deleted, or the user actually actively went through the process of deleting it?
Yeah. So again, we know that she didn't, we know that nobody deleted the entire history. So that leaves the only option to be selectively deleting records. The fact that there are no missing records in HistoryDB shows that it's impossible that that record could have been deleted by the user. It would have just been orphaned in the database, and I believe would have deleted itself at some stage whenever a particular cleanup function ran. Although, as I said earlier, I haven't been able to replicate that. I was able to continue to read the various versions of the page that contained Hoss-Long to Die in the Cold browser state record, and found that it existed at the same time as another record that was created at least 2 days later. Therefore, I can determine that that particular record was not deleted until at the earliest, 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. And it's not possible that the user could have created or caused that deletion to occur.
Now, over the course of your analysis and testing, a review of the extraction in this case, did you have occasion to review an affidavit of a Mr. Richard Green?
I did, yes.
And what, if any, opinions or conclusions do you have as to that affidavit?
I had issues with several of the statements being made as part of the affidavit.
And what issues were those?
Namely, it specified that Cellebrite report identified that the search was conducted at 2:27:40. And as I've explained, I believe the tab took focus at 2:27:40, not when the search occurred. The report mentioned that Cellebrite report identified it was deleted by the user. We don't do that. We'll tell you that a record is deleted, but we don't specify how the record was deleted. That's something for the examiner to determine.
Yeah, I talk about that a lot, Linda.
I forget. Oh, and then there was a mention of the purpose of the browser state database. The explanation given was correct for iOS 14 and below, but not for 15 and above, which is relevant in this case.
Now, you mentioned this issue as far as coming up obviously in this case and some other instances, phone calls or inquiries that you received from Austria and other places. What, if anything, have you or your company, Cellebrite, done with regards to rectifying this issue?
Well,
I'll allow it.
we recognize that this timestamp could be misleading. Regardless of how we label that timestamp, the very fact that a timestamp is there, we feel would be or potentially misrepresented. So the decision was taken to remove the timestamp altogether from that information. So now we show the web page was visited, but we don't attribute a time to that purely because it could be wildly inaccurate.
Thank you. Your Honor, this may be the appropriate time for the instruction.
Okay. All right, so jurors, we're about to see a demonstration by Mr. Whiffin. It's simply a demonstration to help you to understand the evidence that you've heard. It's not evidence from this case, but it helps you understand the evidence in this case. You must decide this case based solely on a fair consideration of the evidence and nothing but the evidence. But this is a demonstration to help you understand that evidence.
Your Honor, I'd like to preserve, correct?
Yes.
And so to that point, Mr. Whiffin, were you able to prepare a demonstration in regard to what you've been discussing through the course of your testimony?
I was, yes.
And that demonstration doesn't specifically reflect on the searches or the extraction report that you looked at in this case, correct?
Correct.
But as far as the overall issues that you've been discussing in your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And with court's permission, may the witness now illustrate that.
Yes.
Yeah, Linda, we talked about.
So first of all, on the left there, you can see
Most of us
a
agree.
screen of an
Yeah,
iPhone,
we've been
and that is
running
a phone I have in front of me live.
We're all okay.
It's just demonstrating what I can see
Hey,
on the phone.
Side-Eyes, how are you?
This is my Altex tool,
Coming by.
and the feature which I continuously use this tool for, which is not available really in any other vendor tools, is the ability to create a live connection between my computer and the phone. The live connection is what I've just started here, and what's going to happen is all of the files and folders that exist on the phone will be mapped to my computer so that I can navigate it. I can look around and I can take a look at near enough live records on the device. Prior to the availability of this tool, I would have to test a theory on a phone, do an extraction, and then pass the extraction, which could take anywhere between 20 minutes and several hours. The reason that I'm using this tool today is because I can do those same tests within 10 or 20 seconds, typically. So I just need to wait for this section to do. So it's already mapped out all the files and folders. It's now asking for a few important pieces of information, which it will then populate on the screen. So information such as the device, serial number, etc. What we're interested in, though, is the browser state record. So I can go to the browser state database and take a look at that and open that up. And you can see that at this moment in time, I have no records in the database at all.
40 minutes. Woo.
If I go back into the live view of the phone,
Luck with that.
you can see I have Safari open from last night. So it's been sat in the background overnight and not doing anything. But at 10 past 8 last night, I performed this search in a brand new window. So started Safari, opened up a new tab, immediately searched for new tab at 2010 on the 16th of June. If I now search for the time right now, 1442, what I can do is go back to my Artex tool and press this reload button. That's going to delete the database from my computer only and copy the most recent copy of the database and WAL file from my phone back to my computer, where it shows me I still have no records. That's expected behavior because at the moment I've not closed the tab. So if this, again, was iOS 14, there would be a record there to say what tab I had open, but iOS 15 doesn't work that way. If I now go back to my tabs and actually just close this window, I can go back into Artex and hit reload again, and we now see we have some records. I can look at this particular record, and you'll see the title is 1442 Google search. You'll see the Google search record here, so I just need to change the time zone as well to Eastern time. So you see it's the most recent search which I conducted, the 1442 search. The last viewed time, though, still shows as 8:10 p.m. last night, because that's the time that the tab was focused, not the time that the search was conducted.
Thanks. Want to have another turn?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffin.
Good afternoon.
So you had spoken a little bit about what was your assignment here in terms of the data that was sent to you. And I believe that you testified regarding that 2:27 a.m. or 2:27 and 42nd a.m. timestamp that it didn't make sense to the investigators, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that one of the investigators was Trooper Michael Proctor?
I don't recall any names being mentioned. The ticket came to me, or the request came to me via another Cellebrite employee who'd been asked about this case and asked whether we could offer any help.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that when you're making or doing a simulation, you want it to be as close to an apples-to-apples comparison as you can get?
As best possible, yes.
And to get truly accurate research results, you want to eliminate as many variables as you can, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't, for instance, want to use an Android operating system to try to replicate the activity from Jennifer McCabe's Apple iPhone, correct?
Correct.
What version of iOS did you use for your testing of Jennifer McCabe's data?
So this test has been undertaken on various different versions of iOS, from iOS 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and most recently on the beta version of 18 last week. This particular demonstration was on 15.8.2.
Okay. And you're aware, you said 15.8.2.
Correct. I've also tested on 15.7.
Oh, fair enough. You're aware, however, that Ms. McCabe was using iOS version 15.2.1, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the way that an artifact is stored would depend on the iOS version that you use, correct?
Correct.
And your simulation did not use the iOS version that Ms. McCabe was running on her iPhone, correct?
Correct. I used the closest version I could find.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about the characteristics of browser state
Closest version you can find.
Ian record number 4028.
Okay.
That record number, I believe you testified, was found to be deleted, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to recover the date and time associated with it, correct?
The date and time of the last viewed?
Of that record number.
Yes.
And what was that date and time?
2:27 and 40 seconds a.m.
You were also able to recover the content of that particular Google search itself?
I was able to recover the URL for it, yes.
Okay, and what was that Google search?
Cost long to die in the cold.
And it's true, however, that the session history could not be recovered, correct?
That's correct.
Now, given those characteristics that you've just discussed, did your testing result in a WAL file record, a WAL file record, that matched the characteristics of 4028? In other words, deleted with session history not recovered?
The issue with the session history, I was able to recover only the first page of session history. What happens is when there's a large amount of data that's split over multiple pages, if it's a live record, all those pages point to each other so that you can chain it together and get one large amount of information. Once they've been deleted, some of those pages can be overwritten, and therefore the pointers don't make sense anymore. So the amount of information in this session was way larger than one page, and I wasn't able to recover anything further.
Okay, and you'd agree that the simulation was done using a different operating system, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate the other deletions that appeared before and after that record 4028?
Which deletion, sorry?
Well, you had testified, I believe there was an exhibit that was introduced that showed that there were multiple deletions both before and after, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate those deletions?
When I manually deleted records from the history, then the records also were deleted from the browser state.
Now, I believe that you testified, and if you didn't, I believe it's in your report, that there are essentially 5 mechanisms for record deletions in the browser state database, correct?
Correct.
You ruled out 4 of them pretty quickly, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you testified to that today, correct?
Correct.
The only remaining option was selective deletion by a user, or there's some internal mechanism for record deletion that is not fully understood, correct?
Correct.
And you know of, as you testified today, you know of no internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, correct?
I've not been able to replicate that function, no.
All right. If there is no unknown internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, that would leave selective deletion by a user, correct?
Not in this case, no.
All right. Well, selective deletion, you would agree, means that a user selects what to delete, correct?
Correct.
And regarding the user, the term user, what is that? Who is that?
Whoever's using the phone at the time.
Okay, so it's actually somebody who is using the actual iPhone itself, correct?
Correct.
Not necessarily a computer expert, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that somebody who had access to the data before it was extracted and sent to you could have made recommendations of the data?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, I don't.
Are you aware of an app called MySQL?
Yes.
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing SQLite databases.
All right. If somebody had access to the raw data, again, before it was sent to you, and used that app, they could make selective deletions of the data, couldn't they?
I assume you're talking about opening up the extraction, taking out the particular file and editing it?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're right, you're on. I apologize. And I apologize to you. If you could restate your answer or give me your full answer.
Okay, so it would be possible with the extraction to take out particular databases, alter them, and put them back into the extraction. But there's something called a hash mechanism that we have in place that would, it essentially hashes the original data, and then it can be hashed again at a later date. It results in a long string of characters, and if there's any changes to the original data, then we'd see that it's been modified.
Would you agree with me that someone with access to that data and an appropriate application or program could also delete and renumber history.db and knowledge.cso so that it would appear as though there was no break in the numbering, so that it would also appear that nothing was deleted?
It's potentially possible, but would require a large amount of knowledge and skill to do in a way that can't be detected.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Lally?
Any discrepancy between the iOS version and Mr. Cave's phone and the iOS version in the demonstration that you did, what, if any, impact does that have on what you showed this year?
So in this particular case, every iOS version I tested, as I mentioned, from 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, the timestamp is always referring to the time that the tab took focus. So even though there are some differences with when the record's created, the meaning behind that timestamp has been consistent.
Now,
what you were asking about what you were asked about in regard to selective deletion, you indicated that there's no evidence of that in this case. Is that correct?
Correct. Selective deletion would require that the record existed in the history database in order to be selected to be deleted. The fact that there's no missing records indicates it was never written into that database and therefore could not have been selectively deleted.
Now, the hash mechanism that you testified as far as detecting whether or not someone had surreptitiously gone in and deleted things, did you see any evidence of that in your review of the extraction of Mr. Dave's phone?
I didn't have access to the hash information to see whether any changes had been made. That's something that the original examiner would have had access to. From my point of view, there was nothing in there that would indicate that tampering had occurred. The timestamps all made sense for the files. The historical pages all made sense. So it's probably possible, but it would take a large amount of skill to do.
Now, with regard to your analysis and your testing in this case, again, what is your opinion or conclusion as to when these two Google searches were conducted?
I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24 on the morning of the 29th.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further on.
Prior to today, have you ever heard of spontaneous deletion?
It's not a term I'm familiar with.
All right, sir, you are all set. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Do you need a couple minutes to get your stuff down?
I can probably be quite fast. Thank you.
Well, there you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the Massachusetts State Police?
This is my 9th year now.
Now, prior to working with the state police, what, if any, prior experiences you have in the field of law enforcement?
I was a local police officer in Norwood for almost 11 years.
Now, with respect to your role within the state police, where is it that you work now?
I currently work at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to that, what, if any, specialized role you have within the detective unit attached to the Norfolk DA?
Yeah, I conduct cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and I also do sexual assault investigations.
Now, with regard to the electronic forensics, what, if any, specialized training have you received in that particular area?
I have about 300 or so hours at Cellebrite, CCO, CCPA, cell phone repair forensics, Burla motor vehicle forensics, Axiom, magnet, cell phone and computer forensics, X-Ways. These are all different programs used for cell phone and computer forensics.
Sir, at some point, did you become involved in an investigation involving the defendant Karen?
Yes.
And with respect to that, you discussed it. At some point, did you become aware of an affidavit from a defense expert named Richard Green?
Yes, I have.
And sometime following that, did you have occasion to reach out to Cellebrite with regard to what had been posited by Mr. Green in regard to two Google searches contained within Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And eventually, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with the gentleman who came in here right before you, Mr. Ian Whiffin?
Yes, I did.
And so that wasn't Trooper Proctor that had reached out to Mr. Whiffin or had any communication that you're aware of with Mr. Whiffin, correct?
No, I reached out after the defense experts' findings were released, and I read his report.
And did you also have occasion to review a report from Ms. Jessica Hyde?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to those two reports, what, if any, conclusions or opinions did you come to independently in relation to those opinions of Ms. Hyde? Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you had mentioned that you've had specialized training in regard to something called Burla, correct?
Yes.
Could you please
Welcome back,
explain
Leland.
what
We're
Burla
back.
is,
What is the guy's name again? Oh, Guarino.
How is it used?
We're into
criminal investigations
Guarino's
in your life?
testimony.
So Burla is a specialized hardware and software used to download the infotainment and telematics modules in a vehicle. So telematics module is basically like the SIM card for the car, and the infotainment system is your radio head unit that enables you to have Apple Play, CarPlay, or Android or Google Play for the vehicle.
And at some point, were you made aware of a search warrant that was authored in regard to seizing the infotainment system from Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And just so the record is clear, can you describe Ms. Reed's vehicle as far as what type of vehicle we're talking about?
Yes, it's a Lexus LX 570 SUV.
And specifically on February 2nd, 2020.
By the way, Cosy, if you're till there. I just, we were going right into Guarino. I just thought, well, we'll just see what's going on, because I mean, there was really no cross to Ian Whiffin. That was, I mean, he gave himself away in everything he said on direct, and I think what Karen said is perfect by saying, you know, I think she said it after the second trial, didn't she? That, I mean, Ian Whiffin said it gave it all away that they sought him out to explain away that 227. You need to give us a reason we can give to the jury that that makes it look like they didn't. Jen McCabe didn't search this at 227. So
Yeah, and the in trial 2, the cross examination is done by Alessi,
yeah,
and he really gets down to brass tacks.
Since because most of my chat that watches the entire trial with me, probably, I don't know how Guarino's testimony is. Did he testify in the second trial? Why all of a sudden can't I remember that?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. I don't know if his testimony in the first trial is anything significant, but I was going to say we can play because Ian Whiffin's testimony is pretty similar. I mean, we can play the second if you're interested, since I got you on. We can play.
Yeah, you might as well keep on going with Garrido.
Okay.
Because he's got his own problems,
Yeah.
obviously.
Don't they all?
Yeah. And then I just might have to go soon because
you can, Kathy, if you need to drop off, no problem, sweetie. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, no problem. But if you're gonna keep going with Guarino,
yeah,
I'll keep listening. I can still listen and stuff. I can't participate because I'll be doing something.
Okay.
And I'll be listening, and then maybe we can like reconvene, like maybe tomorrow, and I can bring up some of the clips that I have, like I did have of Whiffin, and we can go through those too.
That would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm streaming every day of the trial just so we can get through it. So tomorrow I'll be back. So if you have time tomorrow, feel free. I normally go on 1 o'clock. So I normally set up my stream in the morning. So when I set it up, I'll send you a link. And if you can come on, that'd be awesome.
All right, cool. So we'll do it like that. So I'll just be listening, and we'll get together tomorrow, and I'll have some clips for you.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Cosy.
All right, thank you.
Have a good one.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, guys. That's so wonderful. CossyG with me today, and we'll hopefully be back tomorrow. We can go over some of the I can't say is it Guarino or Gorino, like a W sound. Why can't I say it? My husband already hit me with the infamous "What's for dinner?" and now I really want to hide in the corner. Oh, Katie, I'm sorry. Guarino says, "Kill me." Oh, that ain't the one. Oh my God, that's right. How could I forget? Wow, I smacked my own forehead for that one. That was, I mean, that's epic. Epic. I wonder, speaking of that, just, maybe we'll take our break today. And instead of playing the F You Hank song, although we may get to that at one point anyways, let's go to Next Witness. Because the Next Witness video of Guarino and saying that is so freaking hilarious. Yes, let's use that for our laugh break today. Bear with me, guys. Hold on, sorry. Oh, wait, I swore it was... Why?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Superior Court,
Hold on. I swore it was Next Witness who had a compilation. Okay, James, I understand that. Have a good nap. Does anyone know? I swore. Why? Unless it's just not on the playlist. Hold on. Unless it's like...
hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in.
Let's see. Let's go back to there. Let's go through the videos. Because it's the second trial that Guarino says that, right? If anyone knows. Or is it the first trial he says that? Dr. Lavasada. Crap. I love these videos. As you can see, I think I've seen almost all of them. Freaking hilarious. It must not just be his testimony. It must have been a video that included like several of them. But which one was it? No, I have no idea. Damn. Verdict, not verdict. Wrenchler. We could watch the Ian Whiffin one. If I can't find the one that has that in it, because I can't think of where it would be then if they don't have. There's Trooper Paul's. Oh, God. All right. Which one do you guys want to watch? Trooper Paul or Ian Whiffin? Unless you guys want me to just keep going with Guarino's testimony. I'm down for whatever. Thanks, CossyG. I lost everybody. Everybody wanted to see Ian Whiffin and CossyG. All right, so maybe it's not going to be as simple as playing. I thought they had that one, but I wonder, let's just see if I can find that clip because that is freaking hilarious. Let's see, Guarino. Can't type today either. I wonder if maybe it was a loophole lawyer video then that I'm thinking of. I can't. but I swore it was Next Witness because I remember specifically Emily D. Baker saying, what did he just say? Did you hear that? Like, I remember that part. Dodo's cleaning the kitchen, but listening, and Moni Sunshine is cooking. You guys are all cooking and cleaning. Thank you, Malin. You don't mind going with the flow. And Malin is the only one that voted, so she says Ian because we watched him today. All right, let's go with Ian. I just wanted to see that clip, though. It was freaking hilarious, but oh well. I'll find it for tomorrow since we'll have watched some of Greeno today and some tomorrow. Because isn't Garino's like a long, let me see how long his testimony is. His testimony is a long one. Yeah, 3.5 hours. So we're definitely not going to get through all of Garino today. So we'll save that comment and fun stuff for tomorrow. I will look for it. And if Malin finds it, that will be a great help for tomorrow. But we can watch some Next Witness on Ian Whiffin. Next Witness is wonderful. If by any chance there's anyone that is watching me right now that hasn't subscribed to Next Witness, you have to watch these videos. They're so funny. Oh, it's not listed in the playlist. I'm sorry, guys. Bear with me. Just go to videos.
Ian Whiffin and Cellebrite to change their whole software to try to discredit the 227 Google search.
Why is she laughing at this? That is exactly what happened. The taxpayers spent significant amounts of money in order to exonerate Jennifer McCabe, and Cellebrite literally changed their software to try to discredit the search. All of that is accurate, all of it. And it's a great question that taxpayers should know about. But this woman at Cellebrite's like, stupid, so stupid. These dumb taxpayers.
Okay, I might have to answer this one. My flight and my hotel was paid for twice. Other than that, I received and Cellebrite received nothing.
That's crazy, isn't it? You think he was angry when he heard some of the reports come out about what Aperture was paid and what some other people
Thank
that
you
were
for
involved
putting
in
the
case were
link in
paid?
the chat,
I love
Malin.
it. Okay.
No, you don't. Why are Cellebrite working for free? Why are you gifting the Commonwealth his time? Why aren't you at minimum getting his wages refurbished? Was he or wasn't he an official representative of Cellebrite when he sat in the witness chair and said, Cellebrite's product is so bad, you need my free product to interpret Cellebrite?
But the fact that he wasn't paid is interesting to me. Why? Why do you think he did all this? Why do you think Cellebrite did all this without getting paid? I find that to be interesting.
He didn't charge them. He was not there on behalf of Cellebrite, though. He wasn't. He was there as a freelancer. As a freelancer.
Ian Whiffin, digital forensic expert witness, travel, no contract provided. $2,659.88. No contract provided. So they didn't even have a contract with him.
He wasn't paid for his time, or his review, his report. This is crazy.
Sometimes not getting paid says more than getting paid to me for experts.
Yep. CossyG says the money came directly from the Hank Bank.
54 people around the world saw this. Ian Whiffin was
That's
not
what I said.
credible. Come
He
on.
didn't get paid because
You're
he
not
probably
credible,
didn't want to have
Ian,
to get
all
his
right?
program vetted.
Okay, I mean,
Not
everyone
anymore.
has an opinion.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Cellebrite's not credible anymore.
Nope.
Cellebrite had your back 100% through and through on all of this. So I feel like our credibility skyrocketed because of your brain. So thank you. Seriously, we are trusted. You are trusted.
You don't really think your credibility skyrocketed.
Yeah, right.
You guys, for those of you who choose to wait on the cesspool of Twitter and engage, go tell Cellebrite how you think that their credibility has skyrocketed, because they're dirty deleting the comments on YouTube, but I don't think they can delete the ones on Twitter, right?
All right. So beyond all these mean tweets and all this ridiculousness and people just being social trolls, in the end, all over the battle of that 2:27 a.m. timestamp in the second trial, Karen Reed actually said she was not having her defense expert return because Ian Whiffin was right.
We need to hear from. Okay, so that's what she says. Karen Reed is not having her expert return because Ian Whiffin is right.
No.
That's what she says.
Yeah. She's
Okay.
retarded.
Are we going to hear from Richard Green in this trial?
No.
By that I mean,
I believe the evidence is all out and in part from Ian Whiffin.
How does it make you feel, Ian, that Karen said your name on the screen and said Ian Whiffin was right?
No.
She didn't say that shit, you dumb idiot.
Okay. First of all, how they interpret what she said as saying Ian Whiffin was right, I will never understand.
Yeah, it means she's trolling you. That's what she's doing. She's trolling you.
And she didn't even pick up the meaning of the coded statement that Karen Reed did make, which is, thanks, Mr. Whiffin, you've proved our point.
Yeah. I believe the evidence is all out in part because of Ian Whiffin.
What you heard is a very informed defendant saying that we got what we want out of Ian Whiffin.
But he
That's
also
okay,
did
we can't
say,
find one, Maitland.
it did show
I know I
that
saw
John
one
Keith
too.
could have
I
gone in the
just
house,
don't
remember?
where now.
She's being like, yeah, Ian Whiffin said that John went in the house.
Now, I didn't go back and rewatch all of Ian Whiffin's testimony, but I know that they liked a lot of what Ian Whiffin said.
And based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
These circles indicate where John O'Keefe's phone could have been on that morning.
The entire circle of where John O'Keefe's phone was. He could have been anywhere within that circle.
What's important is the phone could be anywhere in the circle. It's not more likely that they're in the middle of the circle.
The Commonwealth's own expert said John O'Keefe could have been inside the house based on this diagram and the circles right in there.
The same probability exists for any part of the circle. That's why this could be misleading.
Including inside the house.
Ian Whiffin said a lot of very helpful things to the defense.
So they agreed with some of what Ian Whiffin testified to, and they used it. They turned him into their own witness.
And we got the evidence that we needed introduced, which is ultimately that Ian Whiffin can't validate what the timestamp was.
Not even necessarily about the Google search, but he testified to a lot of shit. All the phone shit he testified to.
But that's what they meant, is that we turn him into our witness, therefore we don't even have to call our witness. That's usually not a compliment.
And you don't want the defense to be glad a prosecution witness testified, and so glad they don't even feel the need to attack that testimony. That interpretation blew me away.
Like, if another lawyer said to me, I didn't need to cross-examine the witness, the direct was so good for us, I wouldn't be
Thanks,
like, oh,
Maitland.
thank you
It
for
was a
complimenting my
short.
direct
Okay.
examination.
Thank you so much.
I would not take that as a compliment. Let's see how Ian Whiffin takes it.
Oh, sorry, virtual juror said that. Thank
So,
you.
I mean,
Thank
it
you,
was
TJ.
validation. I was already confident in my answer.
And
I
then
knew I was
Maitland
right
said
with
them
it.
fine, but sent in
I
also
was
virtual hot
disappointed.
mic moment. Awesome.
The defense didn't put their expert
So Maitland,
on the stand to
virtual juror said
just put his
she
opinion
did
across
our
and
next
to have
witness
that
did a
kind
short.
of,
So I'll look
uh,
for that for tomorrow.
debate and to evidence their position.
Yeah, that's the
Thank
point,
you guys
though,
so
right?
much.
They didn't feel like they needed to.
The truth of the matter is they're not bringing Richard Green because they're not really going heavy on the conspiracy theory this time. They're going heavy on there was no collision this time.
They didn't feel like they needed to put their expert on to have the debate because what you said was good for them. That's what they felt like.
And it created what I would consider uncertainty and confusion, which is one of the great hopes for reasonable doubt.
How much you educated all of us along the way has been phenomenal. We're lucky to be on your team. We love the work that you do. Thank you all for tuning in. But Ian, most importantly, thank you. We appreciate you at Cellebrite.
You should, because Ian Whiffin has been nothing like a big win for you guys at Cellebrite.
Wow. Just wow. Somebody should be following the stock price to see if it goes down.
As I said, no financial advice. I don't know anything about money, but this is how Cellebrite have performed over the last day.
I was thinking this morning, how many investigators or witnesses from this case have torpedoed their careers?
Yeah, good point. I mean, the wreckage is far and wide.
Oh, good. I mean, oops. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Those videos are just amazing. I mean, and I can tell you right now how hard it is to clip and watch all of those to not only get the moments on the stand, but to clip all of the lawyers on YouTube and true crime YouTubers reactions to it and then put it together is not an easy feat. And it's amazing she does that. Looking in the shorts now. All right. Well, thank you, Maylin. If you find it, send it to me and we'll watch it tomorrow. All right. So we'll get back into Guarino today. We're obviously not going to make it through Guarino's entire direct, let alone get to the cross-examination, but we will tomorrow. So between today and tomorrow, we will get through Guarino, and I can't remember. I wanted to check real quick who's coming next because I just like to be prepared for the next couple streams. I like to see who is coming up. So let's see. Because Trooper Guarino is 3 hours and 20 minutes. And then we have Dr. Stonebridge, which is a neuropathologist, but that's only 25 minutes. And then, Dr. Scorty Bello, that's right. And then it's Lucky Loughran. So for today and tomorrow, it'll be Guarino. If we have enough time tomorrow, we may get into Dr. Scorty Bello. But then Sunday will definitely be Dr. Scorty Bello and Lucky. And then, of course, Dr. Russell. Let's see, Dr. Russell and Richard Green after that. And then we're getting there. We're almost to the end of trial 1. So, woohoo, we might be done with this by next week. Or by the end of next week, I mean. Oh, oops, I didn't share my page. Here, I thought you guys were looking at what I was looking at. Sorry about that. Can't find the short, and I just went through them all. Okay, Maylin, no worries. I have a feeling, when we Next Witness did her first live, and did like the best of, I think it might be in there. So I might rewatch some of those and clip them and see where they're at tonight when I'm fiddling around on the computer. Ooh, pork chops. Yummy. I'm not a huge fan of sauerkraut, but I do like pork chops. And the backyard sticks picked up. Woohoo! Oh, it's okay. I know it's somewhere. I know I've seen it because I can visually see the Emily D. Baker in the bottom left corner, making her wonderful faces and saying, "Did you hear that? What did you just say?" So I know it's somewhere. Just got to figure it out. Oh, Moni G, I'm plumb tuckered out. Aw. Well, I hope that you get to relax now. And while we're all relaxing, let's watch some Garino Direct. And everybody, get your water ready for how many times Lally's going to say, what if any?
From the vehicle pursuant to that search.
Yes, I did.
And once that item was removed from the defendant's vehicle, what if anything did you do it?
I know, right?
After we removed it from the vehicle, it was brought back to Norfolk DA's office for
all I live in
data extraction
right now.
or attempt to.
And that data extraction, if you know, based on your training experience, sort of how is that conducted?
Apparently, I'm making shit up in my head and everything.
Using Burla.
Yeah. So depending on the system, it's dismantled. They have the specialized hardware that actually goes onto the motherboards of these systems, and we're able to pull the data. Or the other option, if that's not viable, is to do a chip off where we have to basically destroy the motherboard and take the memory chips off the devices to try to get the data that way.
Now, with reference to this specific device, what, if any, efforts did you undergo in order to track the information without using a chip off?
So at the time that we pulled the system, it was not supported. I emailed Burla and call them, see if they had a timeline of when this might be supported so we could get the data. We deemed chip off last support, as a last resort, because it is a destructive process. So once those memory chips are taken off, the likelihood of trying to reattach them and get it to work again is very slim.
Let me stop you there for a second. When you talk about an item being supported, what does that mean?
Whether or not Burla has the ability to pull the data from that vehicle.
And how is that sort of determined, or how are you able to ascertain whether or not a particular vehicle, make, model, manufacturer is supported by the Burla device?
They have an app, and they also have the tech support. But if you put in the VIN of the vehicle, or if you don't have the VIN, you have the make, model, and trim level, like limited or XLE or whatever, you would be able to go in and look it up and basically say, Burla will tell you, yes, it's supported for GPS points, or it's supported for diagnostic data, or whatever that they're able to get out of the vehicle. And they work with the automakers to get these get this data. So
it was what I was told at the time.
We're looking at sort of the entirety of different makes and models and manufacturers. If you know, sort of what percentage of those types of vehicles are actually supported and Burla can actually extract.
I don't know as of right now. It's a lot, and they're constantly updating it, so they are able to do more vehicles as time goes on.
Now, at this particular time, as you sit here today, June 17, 2024, the vehicle the defendant was operating on January 29, 2022. Is that vehicle available or supported by Burla at this time?
The trim level that the defendant had is not still supported. There is Toyota and Lexus support now, but it's not, unfortunately, for her model.
Now, you mentioned that you had reached out to the Burla company for updates as far as the availability or when the defendant's vehicle might be supported. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And about how many times and over what time period are we talking about that you reached out to ascertain?
Immediately when I did the extraction, I should say extraction, but when I took the system out of the vehicle, I had to reach out to Burla because where it wasn't supported, they actually had to send me tech diagrams so I could go in and, again, not destroy the whole vehicle as I just took those components out. Over the next, almost 2 years, year and a half of going back and forth with them, with their support and their sales team.
And when you say going back and forth, how often are you getting a response in regard to that?
Usually every few months, I want to say every 3 months, give or take. I forget the exact number, but phone calls or an email to them asking.
Scarlet, you can never be a
Now,
cop
beyond
now,
that, are you familiar with the
boo.
National
I'm
Cyber
gonna
Crime
go
Conference?
cry in the
Yes.
corner.
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that, what, if any, time at those conferences did you spend dedicated to ascertaining the availability or the supportability of this vehicle with reference to Burla?
So Burla has a booth at the National Cyber Crime Conference. I spoke with their sales team there. Their response was to keep calling Burla, keep pestering them, and they might actually get the support sooner than later.
And again, were you ever able to ascertain or get the support to download the information from them?
No, unfortunately.
At some point, were you able to download any information from that particular infotainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
And not from the infotainment system, but Burla released a new item similar to a mechanic scan tool. It plugs into the OBD2 port, which is underneath the dash. So if basically if a mechanic went in there with a scan tool to tell you why you have a check engine light, this does something similar. So you plug it in, and then it pulls the car diagnostic data from that.
And as far as the data that you received from that, what, if anything, did you observe?
Again, I got a series of 14s was the numbers. It was no readable data. I reached out to Perla and asked them, I said, is there a reason why I pulled this data, but when I put it into the software, it's not telling me anything. It's not giving me any readable data. And they said they know it is diagnostic data, but they haven't got anything from Lexus to say these 14s, these codes mean this. Oh, they only know it as emissions.
So was Berla itself able to read that information and transform that sort of binary code into any sort of readable data for it?
Other than the number 14, no.
Now,
Okay, then what was the point?
from there, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the Berlin defendant's vehicle?
Was placed back into our digital evidence lab, and then we did eventually do a chip off to the device.
Now, there's a spark with respect, to the chip off that was done sometime in December of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, if you could expound upon a little as far as, can you describe for the jury sort of the chip off process, why you were reluctant to do it, and what's entailed in it?
As I said before, it is a destructive process. As soon as we do it, we take those memory chips off. It's applying extreme amounts of heat to the motherboards to take the memory off. That'll heat it. You lose a lot of the soldering and capacitors, anything that's on that motherboard. So, like I said, once the memory chips are taken off, it's going to destroy the board.
And as far as that chip off process, who, if anyone, was present with you, or who, if anyone, assisted you in removing that or conducting that chip off process with regard to the motherboard from the entertainment system from the defense vehicle?
I'm sorry, at the time that we actually did the chip off?
Yes.
Yeah. It was myself, AG Speak, and Maggie Gaffney.
And who is AG Speak?
AG Speak has his own forensic company, I guess you could call it, for Berla. I would consider an expert in the field, former California Highway Patrol officer that exclusively handled stolen cars.
And who is Ms. Gaffney?
She
Right.
was a defenses expert. She's the one who actually did the chip off, applying the heat and taking the chips off in our presence. And she, I believe, works for,
Like they can start
I'm sorry, the name of the company escapes me at the moment.
Like that stuff scares
With
me.
respect to the information that you, Ms. Gaffney, and Mr. Speak were able to remove pursuant to that chip off process, what, if any, usable information were you able to glean from that?
As I was told by AG, there was no data that was recovered off the infotainment system or the telematics module from the chip off.
And as far as Ms. Gaffney, did you have any conversation with her as far as the information that she was able to glean or read or decipher from?
No, once she did the chip off, I had not spoken with her since.
You have a moment, Sean?
Yes.
Now, Marino, at some point in late January, early February, were you provided with some a laptop and or desktop computers from the home of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, did you do with those?
One was a Dell laptop. The other was a HP all-in-one desktop. I removed the hard drives from both systems and used.
Objection, can be seen, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Trooper Guarino, there was a Dell laptop and an HP Pavilion all-in-one desktop, correct?
Yes.
These were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to those?
As I said, I took the hard drives out of both machines. They were imaged, and the images were loaded into Axiom to view the data that was on them.
Now, when you say something was imaged, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
It's a bit-for-bit copy of the hard drive. Instead of us turning it on and going through it, which would change data, by taking the hard drives out and imaging them, it creates a one-for-one copy, so that way we can view it without changing anything in the system.
And you mentioned a tool called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is that Axiom tool and how does it work?
Yeah, it's another forensic tool that we use. Can do cell phones, computers. You'll use it to load the images so we can view the data.
And with respect to the imaging that was done with regards to the Dell laptop and the desktop, what, if anything, was it that you were looking for specifically on those devices?
We were looking for a Ring video to see if either computer was used by Officer O'Keefe as a login machine to handle the account.
And from your review of what was extracted or imaged from each of those respective computers, what, if any, information were you able to glean in reference to Ring.com or anything else?
Neither computer was used. One appeared to be used mostly by the kids, and the other, I believe, was a laptop was used mostly by O'Keefe, but there were no Ring logins.
As far as the ring connection, what if any devices were you, throughout the course of the investigation, were you able to ascertain were actually connected to the ring cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Officer O'Keefe's cell phone.
Now, if there were any other devices, whether they were Mr. O'Keefe's or someone else's, ascertained from either the ring footage or the information provided by Ring, whether or not there were any other devices beyond Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone that were linked to that account?
Not that I know of.
And I'm sorry, just not that there weren't any devices, or not that you could tell?
Not that I could tell or that I ever heard of.
Now, Trooper Garino, let me ask you some questions just in general about a cell phone extraction. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is involved in that, and how a cell phone extraction is performed as far as your experience with regard to investigations that you've been involved in?
Yeah. So most investigations, we get the cell phones from the scene, from a suspect, from a victim. They're put into airplane mode to preserve the data. So that way remote wipe can't be sent to the phone from iTunes. If we can't put it into airplane mode, we'll put it into a Faraday bag, which blocks the cell phone signal. And then it's brought back to the lab and put into a Faraday box, which is has electrical outlets inside of it. So that way we can keep the phone charged.
And with regard to this investigation, we're involved in the extraction of data or the examination of extracted data from any particular phone?
Yes, I did John O'Keefe's phone, Karen Reed's phone, and we had 2 witnesses' phones, but I don't remember doing the extractions themselves.
But as far as the data from those phones, have you had a look at that data specifically? I'm asking about both Jennifer McCabe's phone and Ms. Carrie Roberts.
Yes, I have.
Now, were you also at some point provided with some material from Brian Higgins' phone?
Yes, I saw screenshots of text messages.
And from the material that you were provided with reference to Mr. Higgins' phone, were you then able to cross-reference that eventually at some point with respect to the information in both Ms. Reed's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, I was.
From what you reviewed, was the information contained within the material provided by Mr. Higgins, was that consistent with what you observed in Ms. Reed's phone as well as Mr.
Yes, I didn't see any differences in those messages.
Now, with respect to starting with Ms. Reed's phone, that was received by you on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what time it was and where you were when you received that phone?
I want to say 6 or 7 o'clock at night at the Norfolk DA's office.
And who did you receive that phone from?
Trooper Proctor.
And with reference to that phone, what condition was it in at the time, as far as you referenced airplane mode, Faraday bag, things of that nature? How was it sort of when you received it?
I believe it was in airplane mode. The phone was in good working order. And it was placed downstairs in our lab plugged in to keep the phone battery charged.
Now, the same with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. When and from whom did you receive that, and what kind of condition was that in when you received it?
I also got that from Trooper Proctor the same time as Miss Reed's phone. Same condition.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, at the time that you received it, did you have any passcode or any way to get into the phone?
I'm sorry, whose phone?
Ms. Reed's phone.
Oh, no. The software we use to try to bypass passwords to be able to extract the evidence, or I should say the extraction of the data, to look for evidence, her phone at that time was not supported.
Now, what, if anything, did you do with her phone in regard to that?
Again, made sure it was in airplane mode and just kept it plugged in until such time as the phone was supported, and then we could download it.
Familiar with the device called a Gray Key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is, and what, if anything, you did with regard to the defendant's phone and the Gray Key device?
Yep. So Gray Key is, again, specialized hardware and software used to plug in the phones, can do Apple or Android phones to bypass passwords.
And how does that sort of function, or how does that work as far as when you hook something, a cell phone or a cellular device, up to a Gray Key tool? What is it doing, and how does it work?
If I knew that, I'd be a millionaire. But it basically installs software onto it, and instead of when you put in 10 passcodes to an iPhone, on the 10th one, if it's wrong, it kills the phone forever. This has some secret software that's able to bypass that and basically keep it in the phone with passcodes until it finds the right one.
So it essentially runs a bunch of different combinations of passcodes into the phone until it comes up with one that actually opens the phone.
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, did the Gray Key device actually break into the phone?
Yes, it did.
You know about when that was in relation to when you received it?
Yeah, so we got the phone in January. It took, I believe support came out in, I want to say May or June. I don't remember the exact month, but we didn't actually get the passcode until August 16th of 2022.
And once that passcode was essentially broken into by the Gray Key device. Then you're able to look into the phone. Is that correct?
Yes. Once the passcode is obtained, we download the data, and then we're able to take that extraction data and then open it up in Cellebrite or Axiom or whatever tool we're going to use to view it.
And the tools, as far as you're referring to, Cellebrite and Axiom, are you familiar with those tools through your course of your investigator with regard to electronic devices?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of when you say Cellebrite and Axiom, as far as then tools are concerned, how do they work and sort of what is it that you do with the device with reference to Cellebrite?
So what do we do with the extractions once we go to open them?
Well, how is the information extracted, first of all, and then what, if anything, do you do with that?
So Gray Key will pull the extraction. It just, once the code's received, it again uses its software, pulls the data out, puts it into an encrypted, it's MD5 or SHA. It's an encryption key that has, it's a unique key that, so if you change anything inside that zip file, it would change the encryption number to show that something was tampered with. We take that encrypted zip file and we open it up in the software, and that's able to say, the call logs, the chats, the photos, the whole timeline of the phone.
Now, in addition to yourself, is there anyone else that works in this sort of capacity within your unit at the district attorney's office?
Yes, 2 other people.
And who are those 2 others?
The director of our lab, Samantha Vogt, and Trooper Connor Keefe.
Now, beyond yourself, Trooper Keefe, and Ms. Vogt, anybody else from the detective unit, as far as the troopers, would they have access to these devices, being defendants, Mr. O'Keefe's, Ms. McCabe's, or Ms. Roberts?
If they're in the digital evidence lab, no. Once the data is extracted from them, normally we give them back to the investigator or return to family. So that would be the only time that they would have access to the devices, or unless we kept them in the lab for just for, I don't want to say safekeeping, but just for storage reasons.
Now, with reference to your review of any of the extractions related to any of those 4 devices, at any point in time, did you observe anything in reference to any information being taken off or deleted from any of those devices at any point in time?
No, sir.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's device, the defendant's device, it was sometime in August of 2022 that the Gray Key was able to break into the passcode and get into the device, correct?
That's correct.
And so then once an extraction is done, that's then subsequently reviewed by someone within your unit, is that correct?
Yeah, so again, normally the investigators for the homicides know far more information about the crime and what occurred. So if need be, I'll load the phone up for them. They can go through it because they know what they're looking for. If they ask me, I'm happy to go through. If they can say, I'm looking for calls between this time period or, GPS locations, things like that.
Now, with reference to the defendant's phone, at some point were you made aware that there was some privileged information contained within her phone?
Yes, I was.
So as a result of that, what, if anything, happened with the phone from there?
We notified our supervisors, and we did not look at her extraction until the privileged communications could be removed, and then we could, again, go back and re-inspect the data.
Now, as far as that whole process that was undertaken in regard to that, how long a time period, or when was it that you were able to have the privileged information extracted and then actually get to look at the defense phone?
Took months. I don't think we got it back from the AG's office until later, I don't know, springtime of 2023-ish.
Now, with respect to the extraction from each of these 4 respective devices, that being the defendants, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, what kind of tools were used to conduct those extractions?
Gray Key, Windows 10, and then Cellebrite Physical Analyzer and Axiom, their program, Magnets program.
And so as far as, I guess my question is, as far as the different devices that are used, why are there different devices and what is it that one does versus the other?
So they both do great work with, decoding the data. I've noticed that Axiom does a better job at pulling GPS spots because it gives a speed and a estimated range of how strong the GPS signals are, as opposed to Cellebrite. They give native locations, but they don't have that extra data with it. So I like to look at both tools to make sure that I'm seeing everything that I need to.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, you at some point reviewed the extraction from the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to that phone, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to GPS locations associated with that device?
I didn't see that many, maybe a handful, showing different spots in Canton, but nothing that stood out to me.
Now, with respect to your review of the phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to whether or not those GPS locations were allowed or permitted or turned off or on by you?
I can't say. I didn't see anything, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off.
What I'm asking though is the device itself was capable of retaining that data as far as GPS locations, correct?
Yes, if it's turned on.
And there were no real GPS locations to speak of that you observed in your review of the extraction of the defendant, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain from that as far as GPS locations were concerned?
There's quite a bit, especially on January 29th.
Now, sir, before we get into that, if I could ask you some questions in regard to Ms. McCabe's phone extraction. You had occasion to review that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in regard to that, also, you had mentioned that you had reviewed an affidavit from a defense expert or defense witness named Mr. Richard Green, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your review of that, what, if anything, based on your review of what Mr. Green said or did, what, if anything, did you then do with regard to Ms. McCabe's phone?
So I basically went point by point through his report to confirm or deny if what he was placing in there was true.
And what, if anything, were you able to ascertain or learn from going through Ms. McCabe's phone with reference to what Mr. Green said? Objection.
I'll allow that.
It was mostly incorrect.
Oh,
And when you say mostly incorrect, what was mostly incorrect?
So he states that there's a Google search that's done at 2:27 in the morning. That immediately stuck out to me because when I went back and looked, that file that was parsed was not from the database that should have showed searches. This came from the session state tabs for Safari, which is a big red flag. Also came from a wall file, which is a dropping ground for where data is put before it's actually put into the main database itself. And then once it reaches a certain point, that data is automatically deleted by the device, not by a user, which Mr. Green had stated that a search was done and that was purposely deleted. There was also items regarding phone calls being deleted. Again, they came from a wall file. Looking at it, again, it's stored in the knowledge seed, the main database. It's also stored in the biome, showing in the extraction, which is another storage area that Apple is using. Again, nothing. Most of the stuff that I was reading in his report was either incorrectly, I don't know, written down, or he's interpreted it incorrectly.
Now, with regard to the phone calls or the contacts that Mr. Green indicated were user deleted or deleted by the user, what, if any, information did you look in regard to that? What, if any, did you ascertain in regard to that?
Yeah, so he stated that Ms. McCabe had deleted 18 phone calls from the morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Looking at the data from her call log, those calls, while they do show marked as deleted, again, they come from the wall file and they're also located in 2 other parts of the database. Again, as a user of an iPhone, you can't go in and just delete these files. They're handled by the operating system. It's impossible.
So as far as, what, if any, opinion do you, well, let me ask you this first. As far as a wall or a log file, can you explain that, what you understand that term to mean to the jury as it pertains to these particular items?
Yeah, so as I said, these files are dropping ground. So when you're using your apps, using the phone, it takes that data, puts it into this wall file until you either close the app or you shut down the phone, or it reaches a certain number of data in the phone. That wall file will automatically delete from the phone. So this can be on a first in, first out basis. Again, like I said, it could be when data reaches a certain level, but those calls that are being marked as deleted, Cellebrite seeing, it doesn't mean the user deleted them. It just means they're being removed from the wall file.
You indicated that from your review of the phone extraction, there were other areas or other databases, bases, excuse me, within the phone that contain that same information?
Yes. So the main database of the iPhones is the knowledge seed database. They're also using Biome, and then if you're using the newer software now, it's another area I won't bore you with, but depending on the iOS you're using for the phone, it's going to depend on where that data is being stored.
Now, specifically with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, one of the contentions Mr. Green had was in regard to a contact for Brian Albert. Is that correct?
Yes, that was another one.
With respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to find within Ms. McCabe's phone in regard to contact information for Brian Albert?
Yeah, so Mr. Green's report said that he located a deleted screenshot of Brian Albert's contact that was in her phone. The contact for Brian Albert was still in her phone, not deleted. So I don't know, maybe she just deleted the screenshot.
Now, with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the call log history in Ms. McCabe's phone?
I exported it all out to a PDF so I could view it. And again, like I said, there's, I think, 1,104 phone calls from going all the way back to October of 2020, I want to say. And phone calls, FaceTime, they're all, the calls are there, all the records, and they're all stored in different areas of the phone. The only ones that show the WAL file deleted were the ones from the 29th going up to the end, towards the end of the day on the 29th.
And now, with respect to the call history, where or how is that typically stored within an iOS device?
I believe that's stored in the call store -SQLite database.
And with reference to what, if any, difference storage-wise is that SQLite database versus the WAL file?
So again, yeah, that database where the call logs are sent, it's going to have a corresponding WAL file where the data is going to be put temporarily. And then, as I said, it gets automatically deleted by the iOS, by the operating software. It's not user enabled.
And so from your review of those 1,104 phone call history records contained extraction of Mr. K's phone, what, if any, opinion do you have in regards to whether or not those items were deleted by any user?
I don't believe they were. And actually, I will say one of the phone calls was from the actual main call stored database that could have been user deleted. But again, it's in 2 other spots in the operating system. So I don't know how or why the iOS stores it the way it does, and then marks what.
Now, sir, from your review of the 4 phone interactions that you've reviewed in this case, were you able to export or print certain chat reports from specific people's phones or between from specific people's phones with other individuals?
Yes, I was able to.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48.
Okay.
You recognize? Excuse me. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize? That?
The first page is Facebook Messenger chats between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed from the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
And specifically with reference to those chats between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you also reviewed that material from the defendant's phone as well?
Yes, I did.
The material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what you observed from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it is the first trial.
With court's permission, if I could request.
Oh my God.
Portions of what's been
You
marked
heard
as
it?
exhibit.
Monique, you're still here. You have a great day, sweetie. I'll call you later. Hey, crispy treat. Oh my God. Did you hear it? We were looking for the clip of him doing it. He just did it. Here we go.
Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Did.
Material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what you observed from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
From Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, it is.
This is too funny. Like I swear I did not imagine a Next Witness video, or somebody did a video like Next Witness and put content creators' reaction with this clip. Swear it was freaking hilarious. If I somehow made that up in my own brain, I got something going on there, but that it was so funny. Rewind, please. I'll rewind again and again.
Your Honor,
That
with court's
was
permission.
too funny.
Material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what you observed from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is.
Phone, is that consistent with what you observed from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is.
Can't believe he said that. Like, I wonder why is it just because of Lally, or is it because of all of the entire thing? I've always wondered that. What do you guys think? Is it just because of the questions, or do you think it's just the entire thing? Thanks, Crispy Treat. You think the stupid questions, Dodo? Yeah, probably. I mean, because Lally, I think that's probably going through or probably went through a lot of Lally's witnesses' heads. They just didn't say it out loud like he did. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, let's keep going a little bit. It is 5:30 now. I'm probably going to stream for about another half hour. Then I'm going to try and figure out what to do for dinner. Just so you know, if you weren't here in the beginning, a friend started a Gibson Go for me. If you want the explanation, please see here or go back to the first 30 so minutes of today's live. If I start talking about it again, I'll cry. Don't want to do that. And of course, there's a small description of what's going on a little bit in the actual Gibson Go thing. Thank you guys so much for making me not feel as embarrassed as I did asking for a little bit of help. I truly appreciate you guys all for being here first and foremost. Enjoying every day with me, going through this trial and having some laughs. The answer to dinner is always spuds. You know what? That's what I think I'm going to have is actually breakfast for dinner. I'm going to have some eggs and potatoes because I bought, when I did buy groceries the other day, I did buy a bag of potatoes because, they're cheap and you can make a lot with it. So, because they're, it is what it is. I got to make do with what I got.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could request certain portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 48 being published to the jury as we go through them.
Okay.
Now, with respect to what's up on the screen, the portion that you can see, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
I'll grab it for you as Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Now, within this particular, from the perspective of this is from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So there will be blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct as well?
Yes.
And so as far as the blue bubbles are concerned, who's speaking in that?
The blue bubbles will be from Ms. Reed, and the green bubbles are from Officer O'Keefe.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could please scroll down. Now, with respect to what's contained on this page one at the bottom, if you could read the date and the time and indicate who is speaking and what is said there, sir.
Yeah. So the blue bubbles is Karen Reed and 1/28/2022 at 3:30 p.m. Hello. John says hi at 3:35 p.m.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry. What's contained in Exhibit 48 is the entirety of the chat report from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
My apologies. Showing you none of that. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
These are the native messages from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
So these are just specifically broken down as far as the chats between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Ms. Reed's phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as your review of both of the extractions from both of those phones, the material contained within Mr. O'Keefe's phone is consistent with the material contained in the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll have to seek to introduce the witness. Okay.
Okay.
So the 6:20.
And now, to agree, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit, sir? Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could scroll down just a little bit.
Yes.
And again, from this first page, if you could, the blue bubble is from Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Being from Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, again, read from this first page as far as date, time, who is speaking, and what is it?
Yeah. At 9:49 a.m., Karen says, "You've really hurt me this time." 10:02 a.m., I'm sorry. This is, sorry, it's kind of hard to read. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. At 10:09 a.m., Karen says, I am not the same as everybody else. Most of the time, I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gone to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made the point. I made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help.
If I could stop you there, sir. If I could direct your attention to my fault. Sir, if I could direct you to page 5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, bottom of page 4.
All right.
And starting with the blue bubble on the bottom of page 4 again, if you could indicate as to who is speaking, what is said, and the date and time.
Karen says to John at 1:21 p.m. on the 28th, maybe you can call someone.
And if you could continue on through page 5, sir.
On the 28th at 1:46 p.m., John says, like who? At 1:47 p.m., what time are you coming here? And then there is, at 2:05, there's a message, but no content.
And the next message at 2:06, sir.
Yes, 2:06 from Karen. I don't know what time. Feel kind of out of it. Just trying to clear my head. 2:06 p.m. John writes back, okay. 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says, text me later when you guys settle in later. Text me when you guys settle in later. John says, sure, at 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says at 2:16, I feel pretty shitty about this. Feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said.
If I could ask you to continue on to page 7, sir.
At 2:17 p.m., John says, not sure what else you want me to do. I said, I'm sorry, and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. Karen replies back at 2:17, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. John writes back at 2:17, I know. At 2:25 p.m., tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. From Karen.
You could continue on page 8, sir.
At 2:25, John responds back, nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? That was at 2:26. At 2:29, he writes, kids are here, not in the mood to talk.
And how does the defendant respond to that at the bottom of page 8?
So you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying, and you keep treating me like this. At 2:29 p.m.
If I could direct you to the next page 9.
Yep. Ms. Reed says, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow. At 2:29. At 2:30, she says, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about? When we talk about the future. So why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore? At 2:30. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was at 2:30. John says, not how it went down, but okay.
Now does Ms. Reed respond to that?
Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us?
And if you could, sir, please continue on to the top of page 10.
Okay. At 2:32 p.m., sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. From John. And then John again at 2:32. Oh my God, stop calling.
Okay, stop you there for just a moment, sir. With regard to January 28th, you were also able to extract a report specifically in regard to calls received by Mr. O'Keefe on that day.
Yes, I was.
I mean, on that date into the next date of January 29th.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Marino showing you the document.
Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's John O'Keefe's call log.
And that's the entirety of the call log from January 28th into 29th. Is that correct?
Yes, from 20th at 9:19 a.m. to the 29th at 6:03 a.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another document. Just asking you to do that. Look up when you finish. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's call log from January 29th at 12:33 a.m. to January 29th at 6:03 a.m.
And those are specifically calls between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the next exhibit. No objection. Now, Trooper Guarino, from the text messages that you were just testifying from, Mr. O'Keefe indicates OMG stopped calling at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of those call logs, how many times did the defendant call Mr. O'Keefe on January 28th from approximately 9:19 a.m. to about 2:58 p.m.?
There's 18 calls from 9:19 to about 2:59 p.m.
Those calls are listed within those records as various as far as rejected or missed or answered or things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How many of them are rejected?
11.
How many of them are missed?
4.
And how many are answered?
3.
Now, following that text message at 2:32 p.m. from Mr. O'Keefe to the defendant asking her to stop calling him, does the defendant keep calling him?
Yes, she does.
And at some point, does Mr. O'Keefe call Ms. Reed back?
Yes, at about 3 p.m. on the 28th. Double check.
Thanks. Trooper Guarino, turning your attention back to page 10 of these text messages, let's read from Ms. Reed's response to Mr. O'Keefe at 2:32 p.m.
Yes, so 2:32 p.m. She says, "Why would you start with me this morning?" And then followed up by 2:33, "You're setting me up to fail."
If I could turn your attention to page 11 and ask you to continue from there.
Ms. Reed says, you start a number of fights from your end. John, and at the 2:33, at 2:33, John writes back, "I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again."
And how does the defendant respond to that?
"So you're not into this anymore." And then John says, "Not into fighting all the time, correct." That's at 2:34 p.m.
And if I could turn your attention to the top of 12.
Yes, 2:34, Ms. Reed says, "If you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world." John writes back that there's no content at 2:34. And then at 2:34, she says, "Then stop starting with me."
How does Mr. O'Keefe respond to that?
At 2:34, he writes back, "I'm not answering, stop calling."
And if you could, if I could turn your attention to the top of page 13.
Ms. Reed says, "Can you please answer after how you treated me earlier?" John responds back at 2:35, "Kaylee is right here." Ms. Reed says, "You're starting a rage with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me." At 2:35. She writes at 2:38, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit."
If I could direct you to the top of page 14, sir.
She says, "Can you answer, please?" At 2:38. He writes back at 2:39, "No, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking. Have fun." Karen writes back at 2:40, "Seeing if you want to meet me later. Can you please call me?" Right after that.
Again, if I could direct you to the top of page 15.
John writes back at 2:40, "Have to take him to the doctor. He has practice." Ms. Reed writes back, "Yeah, 5 minutes." John writes back at 2:43, "My father just walked in." Aaron writes back, "Okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes?" At 2:44.
The top of page 16, sir.
2:44, John writes back, "Not right now." Karen writes back, "I'm there when anyone else needs me." At 2:44. 2:46, "Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minute."
And the last one from that page, sir.
Yeah. At 2:47, "I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into things. And if you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail."
Sir, if I could draw your attention to page 42. And sir, if I could ask you to start reading from the top of page 42.
Yep. At 7:41 p.m., Karen writes, "Okay, let me know if you end up leaving." John writes back at 7:42, "Why? Now you're not coming?" Karen writes back, "I'm waiting for the plumber. Actually think he's in the driveway." 7:42. John says 7:43, "We're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves." Karen writes back at 7:43, "He's not going home after." John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. "He may have to get Michael. And you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck." And that was at 7:44.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 49.
Okay.
If I could ask you to start from the page 49, sir.
8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road. John writes back at 8:30. "Karen, the storm is going to be intense. Can't drive." 8:30. She writes back, "Okay, well, if he can't, he can't." John writes back, "I'll do it Monday." Karen responds at 8:31. "Ha, I better not still have this problem on Monday." John writes back, "Plan on being there?" Karen writes back at 8:32. "I'd like to know I can take a hot shower here if I need to." John writes back, "Figured you'd be in Canton until Monday."
If I could direct you to the top of next page, 51.
"John, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. Karen writes back at 8:33. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. And then says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 8:33. Blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere.
Sir, if I could direct you to the top of page 52.
Okay. Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant at 12:55 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the top of page 53.
Yes, 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Thank you, sir. May I approach the retreat?
Yes. Can I see counsel at sidebar about scheduling?
Trooper Garino, you were also able to get some chats as well as some phone calls between the defendant and certain individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And may I approach her?
Yes.
It says, Lally presents a number of exhibits for identification and admission that are not published. It takes so long that Judge Cannoni gets impatient and sends the jury home. For the sake of time, these exhibits are listed in the description of this video. Well, thank you very much, Trial Channel. And I think that's where we'll stop for today, since that was a good break right there. I just want to say again how much I very much appreciate each and every one of you that come and hang out with me during the day to watch this trial, have some fun. And we will get back into Trooper Garino tomorrow, finish up his direct and get into some of the cross-examination. And then Sunday, depending on how long it goes tomorrow, we may start Squirty Bello, but I probably won't hold up on her until Sunday. And then Sunday night is Mary B and I's psych night, which was supposed to be wow, now I already forgot last night. God, it seems like so much time has passed, but it just didn't work out, so no big deal. We rescheduled it for the Sunday at 10:30, so I hope to see you guys all there too. And again, I appreciate all for being here, and I will see you guys all tomorrow here and in the chats, I'm sure somewhere tonight. All right, guys, have a great day. Bye.